you, everyone. I'm going to invite Felicitas to take over.
Thank you, Jenny, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, partners. Good morning, members of the civil society organizations. Good morning to children who are also part of this meeting, and our greetings to the interpreters who are making this possible for us to communicate with each other as we use the 4 African languages, official languages that we currently have. Thank you so much for being here. It's the 20th sitting of the CSO Forum. Kudos to all of us. We have been here. We have been able to meet, and we are meeting for the 20th. We should pat ourselves on the back. It means that we are doing something. Oh, sorry. I forgot to share my video. Sorry about that. So it means that we definitely are doing something great that see us coming here every March, every November to speak about issues of children and to particularly hold ourselves accountable in terms of our statutory obligations to having the 2 sittings in a year. I will be directing the proceedings for the first part of the meeting, and thereafter my colleague Komoto Muntu will direct the second part of the meeting, and then tomorrow we will have a different director of the proceedings. I want us to share the program as is so that we can appreciate where we are and how we are going to go about our business. Just a second. Right. So this is how we are going to be running this. Before we get into the individual items of the program, we are meeting today and tomorrow, and our meetings will start at 12 for the two days. And as I indicated, we have this first session, which is going to be an official opening session, where we are going to have the chairperson, Mr. Wamara, speaking to us about this 20th sitting of the forum. We are also going to appreciate why we are here, and then we are also going to be hearing from our partners. Later on, we are going to have different people speaking to us on issues of climate change as it is our theme. We are gathered under the theme Building Systems to Adequately Serve Children and Adolescents in the Era of Climate Change. We know that this year has been declared as a year to deal with issues of climate change at AU level. Although the AU is focusing on food production and nutrition, for us, we are also saying that climate change and environmental rights for children and young people is one of those issues that are still new in the civil society fraternity, particularly dealing with children's rights and climate change. And we need to build ourselves up operationally and programmatically to also adequately understand what the issues are and what we can do as civil society organizations to mitigate these issues. And therefore, this is a strategic setting of the forum, where we are also going to be learning a lot in terms of what is out there and what it is that we can do. And this forum is preparing us as civil society organizations, as children, and as stakeholders to ensure that once we get the capacity today, the knowledge, the understanding of what the frameworks are out there, we can start improving or strengthening our interventions such that throughout the year, from March onward, that we reflect or revise our interventions such that they are adequately infusing issues of climate change, and that we can service our constituents or our employers well, having understood these issues. Now, based on that, we are going to have an afternoon session that is now talking to climate change and the state of children in the continent. And this will focus on appreciating the roadmap by the committee or at AU level, and how then as civil society organizations, as children, and as the committee, we are going to be part of that. We are also going to appreciate how child participation is also infused in climate change conversations. We are also going to appreciate the early childhood development issues to do with the continental advocacy strategy, as well as the AU cluster on East and Southern Africa to deal with issues of early childhood development, and how then, as children and civil society organizations, we could use these developments to push through issues of ECD at the various levels that we operate in. And then later on, we are also going to appreciate how climate change is actually affecting education. We will then also appreciate how it affects health. We will then also have a platform to engage with young people and children through the various organizations, and appreciate the lessons learned in involving children and young people in conversations, particularly policy platforms, and what good practices are coming from those conversations. We'll hear an example of the International World Women's Day commemoration. We'll also hear from the children's event or forum. We'll also hear from Falco and our colleagues from West Africa. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. There is a message within the charts that is saying, please ask moderator not to be very fast to allow quality interpretation.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, go slow. Thank you so much, Mitch. And then tomorrow we are going to be looking inward and speaking to, remember our theme is about building systems so that we can adequately or efficiently serve our constituents. So we are now going to look inward and speak to the CSO Forum as an entity and reflect on some of the things that we are doing. We'll look into the report, we'll look into the strategic plan, we will look into the thematic groups that were established in November 2019, and we will look into our outcome statement. And basically that will be our 20th sitting of the CSO Forum. If we were together in a physical meeting, of course, we'll have gala dinner to celebrate 20 times of our city. Right, Salam? You would have sponsored that, right? She's not answering. Okay. Right. So let's go back to the program, and before we get the welcome remarks by the chairperson, maybe I should just look into the people that are here and get to appreciate who is in the room, and we can then move on to the welcome remarks.
Listeners, before you go, we need to inform our participants of the features that are in this meeting, because I can see I'm getting a lot of messages, people asking me, I can't see my microphone, I can't see my video.
Yes.
So just give me 2 seconds. I'm going to do in English, but I'm going to project it in I'm going to do it in English, but I'm going to project it in French and Arabic. So we have different features in this meeting. We have Have I projected French or Arabic? I'm not really sure which one of Arab. I think French. We have language translation in French, Arabic, and Portuguese. To access that, there's a button at the bottom of your screen. Please click on it, and you are going to get and choose the language of your choice. Also, as you have already noted, we don't have, especially the participants, we don't have access to your video. We don't have access to your video or your microphone, and this is specifically because of we are trying so that we can be able to all listen. Because from experience, when everybody's on mic, there's a lot of noise. So because of that, very limited people have access to their mics and the microphone. But if you have any questions, if you have any comments, you can put them on the chat box. And when we have during the panel, this plenary will allow you to speak. Okay. So so you can go ahead, you can chat. There's a huge conversation already starting on the chat. So you can start having a conversation on the chat, and on this amazing topic on climate change. Okay, children told us we should not kill the planet. So please, let's have that conversation. Are we killing the planet or not? So thank you so much and welcome everybody. It is a pleasure to host you at the CSO Forum. Thank you. Feli, you can go on.
Thank you so much. I just hope that we can all be in the room now with interpretation and our mics and video cameras issues sorted out. If there are still challenges, please continue to send those messages on the chat box to be easier to be managed that way. I see that we have a total of 73 people. I think let's just make the introductions on the chat box, and when the chairperson is done, I'll call out those names, because if we are going to do a round of introductions, I think we'll be here for the next 2 hours just doing the introductions. So please indicate your name and your organization in the chat box, and we will be able to take those forward. Thank you so much. But perhaps just to recognize that we do have partners on the call. We do have partners that are hand-holding us, partners in crime in terms of facilitation of the technical and the financial components with civil society organizations, collaborative partners, but also we have regional networks that continue to facilitate regions in terms of working with national networks and organizations at country level to ensure that we continue to play that dual role that we are known for as civil society organizations. Once again, you are welcome, and thank you so much for having made time to be here. We sure are looking forward to the discussions on climate change and what it is that we can do better to be part of this conversation, to be sitting at the table, and really to advance children's rights as these discussions are taking place. At this juncture, please join me, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, to get the chairperson of the forum to speak to us, Mr. Damon Wamara. Mr. Wamara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Felicitas, and thank you for learning how to pronounce the East African Ugandan name Wamara. You get better every time that you pronounce the name. Thank you very much, Felicitas. Thank you, you and for pulling all of this off, and good afternoon to each and every one of you from East Africa. I have two friends with me that will try and help me keep a little calm as I give the opening remarks. I have on my right-hand side here, Jenny said that every time I'm talking with these two lovely young people to keep me company, I need to introduce them. On my right-hand side here, this young man is called Taji, and then this young lady here is called Tammy. And Tammy and Taji will keep me company as I give these opening remarks. And I hope that every time we look at those two, they'll remind us of the reason as to why we gathered on this 15th day of March 2022. I will now read out my remarks in English. Dominic, I'll try and be slow. The children of Africa, members of the African Committee of Experts that are present, members of the Secretariat, both of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Children and the CSO Forum, partners, members of the 20th CSO Forum, all protocol observed. Good morning to you in Southern Africa and West Africa. Good afternoon to you in East Africa, and those also who are in Central Africa. Good morning to you, and good evening for those who are joining us from beyond Uganda, from beyond Africa, wherever you are. Good evening and welcome every one of you. It is a privilege to be with you on this 15th day of March 2022. On behalf of the CSO Forum Management Committee, I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the 20th CSO Forum. The CSO Forum provides a platform for all civil societies to speak with one voice in the pursuit of a common interest of the rights and welfare of African children as articulated in the African Charter on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child and the United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child. I would like to once again congratulate the new CSO Forum Management Committee that was elected in our last CSO Forum sitting in November. This is the first CSO Forum gathering we are having since then, and since we are duly elected into office. As we are all aware, the Management Committee is essential in steering the CSO Forum towards realizing its objectives and missions in the promotion and protection of the rights of the child across the African continent. We thank you for the trust you're putting in us to lead on the agenda of strengthening our CSO Forum. It is also known to all of us that the CSO Forum meets twice a year, that is in March and November. Each year we come together just before the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Children meet to engage on the themes that is set by the AU and the committee. This year's theme is building systems to adequately serve children and adolescents in the era of climate change. The climate crisis is a child rights crisis. Climate change has directly impacted on children's rights, from the access to clean environment, clean air. Shocks are undermining the complete spectrum of child rights, food and safe water, to education, housing, freedom from exploitation, and even to the right of their survival. According to the Children's Climate Risk Index, 330 million children are highly exposed to riverine flooding. 600 million children are highly exposed to vector-borne diseases. 820 million children are highly exposed to heat waves. 920 million children are highly exposed to water scarcity. 1 billion children are highly exposed to the exceedingly high levels of air pollution. Virtually every child's life is affected by climate change. It is therefore paramount to discuss this issue that is vital to the lives of our children. Other realities. Even as we center our conversation this CSO Forum to the issue of climate change as a focal point of discussion, we cannot ignore the plight of children in other realms. For instance, we cannot ignore the impact of COVID-19 on the rights of children. COVID-19 introduced new challenges in all countries, in all settings, exposing children and making them more vulnerable. During the pandemic, children were faced with various difficulties that hindered them from enjoying the full enjoyment of their rights. As highlighted, children's rights to education, and health was the most affected, highlighting glaring inequalities in access to the opportunities that are there for them. We note that the world is now returning to normalcy, and children have had the opportunity to resume their learning activities. As the world fully opens up, and as the COVID-19 era seems to be coming to an end, and marking the world seems to be coming to an end, it is important for us to reflect on the lessons we learned from these 2 to 3 years and what we can do to ensure children are still protected, and in case any other outbreaks, our countries have strategies to ensure children are protected and still enjoy their full rights. We also note the plight of children on the move that were affected even during the COVID-19 period, the ability to access treatment, the ability to access education, the different other rights that they have not fully enjoyed. We cannot ignore the challenges faced by the children migrating with the parents in search of better situations and greener pastures. We acknowledge the tribulations experienced by victims of child trafficking, who end up in difficult circumstances, end up as sex workers, end up as children in armed conflict, to mention but a few. And I just want to highlight that the countries that have high cases of children who are in need of our support, cases that are highlighted in Sudan, South Sudan, in Burundi, and many other countries, including those in Central Africa. All these are critical issues that we as CSOs are engaging with at the grassroots, and look forward to seeing what issues are beyond the 2 meetings we have every year that we as a CSO Forum can address with the African Committee of Experts. What are those opportunities we have? What are those issues that we raise beyond the 2 times we meet in a year, where we can be able to continuously engage with the African Committee of Experts that we want to bring to the attention of the African Committee of Experts that affect the children in the African continent. Update on the CSO management engagements. As a new management committee, we are yet to gather and engage on the critical issues that many of you as members have raised with us personally and have shared with also the different other groupings, the CSO Forum Secretariat and other avenues that are available. Nevertheless, we are committing to continue with what the previous committee started and picking up more priorities along the way that we commit to engage on. For this purpose of today, I highlight just a few of the issues that we hope to engage in our first months of work. We hope to operationalize the Strategic Plan 2022 as passed in our last sitting. This will cover issues around the policies of the CSO Forum, strengthening and functionality of our thematic groups, fundraising for our CSO Forum, to mention but a few. The second is on registration of the CSO Forum in Lesotho. As we are all aware, the African Committee of Experts shifted from Ethiopia and went down to Lesotho. And we are hoping to also register our organization in Lesotho and meeting secretariat. We thank the current secretariat team led by Grisa and ASCRN for holding fort and ensuring that the operations of the CSO Forum are still going on. The third issue we hope to tackle and continue to tackle is strengthening the CSO Forum and expanding its coverage to have more participation, especially from West, Central, and Northern Africa. We hope to work together with the regional networks to be able to achieve this. As we all know, we have had a low turn-up of members from the different Western Africa countries, the Northern Africa countries, and also the Central Africa countries. We have had a good turn-up from Eastern Africa and Southern Africa. We would want to see more participation of people from the other regions that are members of the CSO Forum. The last issue that we will engage on, but not the least, is the review of the constitution of the CSO Forum to look at the realignment, to look into realigning our constitution with our strategic plan, which is the most recent strategic document we have, and see what changes we need to have in the constitution. We know that in the next 2 to 3 months, we'll be reaching out to you for your input and support, and ask that you join us on the journey ahead of us. As I conclude, it is clear that children in Africa are faced with many challenges that are not limited to climate change. However, we have demonstrated that climate change has a great impact on the lives of our children. It goes without saying that the objective of every parent, you and I, is to create a better world for their children, to leave the world a better place for the upcoming generation. Climate change poses an existential threat to our children and the future generation. It hinders the full enjoyment of children's rights to survival, development, and protection. Our children deserve our action in ensuring that we protect them and the future generation. It is against this backdrop that we find it necessary to address the relationship between climate change and children's rights. It is therefore my privilege to have your audience in this important discussion, and look forward to engaging with you further. So once again, welcome to the 20th CSO Forum, and we hope to have a very interactive session with you all. We already had one with the children on Saturday, and trust me, like Jenny has said, the children told us and wanted us to do something about the issue of climate change and how it affects them. And I know we shall also be listening to the children as they give us their statement, and also as they speak to the African Committee of Experts. I look forward to the outcoming document that will come from this engagement that we will present to the African Committee of Experts. Other than that, I wish us a great deliberation, and good afternoon to each and every one of you.
Good afternoon indeed. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I can't repeat what you've said, because it puts us right where we need to be understanding where we're coming from and where we are going as civil society organizations. But I liked your quote better when you said a better world for our children, because climate change is affecting the full enjoyment of children's rights, and it's our responsibility that as we give the baton to the future leaders who are young people and children, that we have done our part insofar as addressing issues and effects of climate change, and make this a better world for them to then run with and improve going forward. Thank you once again. And we now feel welcome, and we feel that we can now relax, participate, and enjoy the 20th sitting of the CSO Forum. Thank you. Having said that, ladies, gentlemen, and the boys and girls who are part of this meeting, we are going to move on with our program. But just before we move on, I just want to appreciate the people that are present here. I will just go through the names that are on the chat box quickly. So continue putting those names in the chat box so that we can know who is here and appreciate your presence. So like I said, we now are sitting at 83, but that includes the interpreters. I'll deduct that number later on just to have a feel of how many of us are here. But we currently have Sophia from Every Child's Ministries, Uganda. We have Bewit Lydia from Platform for Labor Action in Uganda. We also have Gondo from Save the Children, Malawi. We have Anita from ESRN, our co-hosts. We also have Grace from Uwesu. We have Yvonne, a consultant and currently supporting MIT Africa. We have Diana from Plan International Uganda. We also have Gary from television station Nairobi, Kenya. Oh, wow. Are we going to be on TV now, Gary? We also have, oh, nice. We have Rogizai from an external expert working on children and climate change, also as part of the working group of the committee on children and climate change. We do have Jessica from Alternative Care System from SOS in Uganda. We have Sunny from Childhood Advancement Response and Empowerment Initiative. We do have Nanita from UNICEF, the AU office. We have Michael Wangu from CEA. Maybe you should write these names in full, just in case we don't know what the abbreviation is. I know that as civil society organizations, we are very, very known and fond of the abbreviations, but sometimes when somebody is meeting that name for the first time, might not know. And then we also have Upendo. Oh, that's the child who is going to speak to us. Oh, welcome, Upendo. We have Upendo from Kenya. We have Cleophas from AU Liaison Office, Save the Children. We have Jamal from Plan International AU Liaison Office. We have Jaftu from UNICEF, the AU office. We have Delilah from Save Street Children, Uganda. We also have Frecia from Fawe. We have Barbara from Joy for Children, Uganda. East Africa. Seem to be dominating. We have Basante from Peace Development and Human Rights Egypt. Yeah, we have North Africa there. We have Komoto Muntu from Child Rights Network for Southern Africa. Yes, Southern Africa featuring this. We have Juliet from Africa Population and Health Research Center. We have Tiny Yili from Skillshare International Botswana, Southern Africa. Yeah. We have Ben from ESRN. We have James from Hope Case Foundation. Which country is this, James? We have Alexandria from Child Service Department from Kampala. And we have Beatrice from SOS Villages, SOS Children's Villages, yes, Uganda. We have Caroline from Gracia Marshall Trust. We have, of course, our chairperson, Mr. Wamara from the Ugandan Child Rights NGO Network from Uganda. We have Moses from Hope for Justice. Kenei Lenyoni from Young Love, Botswana, hey, Southern Africa. We have Francis from Network Against Female Genital Mutilation from Tanzania, Southern Africa and East Africa. You know, Tanzania is what do you call them, Ben? When they're featuring into regions, you will tell me what you call them later. And then we have Sarah from Abana Ministries, Uganda. We have Hey from Africa Platform for Social Protection Kenya. We have David Ben from Dwelling Places in Uganda. We have Mitch from Save the Children International, the regional office responsible for East and Southern Africa. We have Moses from Africa Early Childhood Network. We have Abdallah from Jabal Mara Charity Organization in Sudan. Yes, Sudan. We have Humole Morasi Seko from UNICEF in Botswana. We have Fikete from PEN International, the AU office. And we have, let's see, where else is here? I think that's about it in terms of who I see messages. But those are the people that had put their names on the chat box, and you are all welcome. A variety of organizations, of course, but we see that in the chat box, there is dominance of one region. And these are things that the chairperson was talking about when we are talking about the CSO Forum being an Africa platform. We need to be seeing a balance of all regions participating. I will read other names later on, but I think it's time that we move on with the program. And right now, we are going to go into the solidarity remarks by partners. And to start us off, we are going to have Ms. Openo Nawi. You correct me how you spell that name, my dear. Is a child, and she's representing all the African children. As we indicated, we met with them on Saturday the 12th, and it was amazing, amazing conversations that we're having with children on children's rights and climate change, but some of them really sharing their lived experiences insofar as other components of climate change like flooding, the cyclones, and extreme heat is concerned, and how those have affected them. Please take it away, Opendo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to address this important meeting and giving children an opportunity to be part of this conversation. We, the children of Africa, met virtually on the 12th of March 2022 to deliberate on the effects of climate change on our well-being. Our connection that our planet is suffering and we may not have anything. We are concerned by the increasing deforestation, leaving most of our continent a desert. We are also concerned that we have so many plastics that are choking our waterways. The factories in Africa continue to release toxic smokes that not only pollute the environment, but is not good for our health. There has been an increase in floods and bad weather, such as too much rain, delayed rains, and it is becoming very hot. These activities have caused increase in violence against children. When families are not able to feed their children because of lack of rain, they are forced to marry their girls off. Children are forced to go work or beg, and sadly, they are not able to go on with school. Too much rain and floods causes us to become sick, such as having chest pains or diarrhea. Although we may not understand what is climate change, we know that it is affecting us. We are therefore requesting you as adults to help us heal our planet. For civil society organizations, we are requesting that you campaign to make the government aware of the effects of climate change to children. Please educate the communities, including children, on the 3 R's of reusing, recycling, and reducing. Support government to develop policies that help tackle climate change. Have campaigns including planting trees and cleanup days. Advocate for climate-friendly practices such as stop use of fossil fuels, reduce use of vehicles and greenhouse gases. For the Children Committee, educate the stakeholders on the effects of climate change, require the inclusion of the effects of climate change on children's rights in the government reports, demand the countries should have policies and laws to protect children from the effects of climate change. Climate change education should be added in the curriculum to ensure that children learn about climate education. Come up with general comments on climate change that will give specific guidelines on how you can end climate change. For our government, we are requesting government should find alternative gas as a source of energy for cars. Government must introduce policies that will help to end some of the activities that lead to climate change, such as banning use of charcoal and introducing affordable, sustainable source of clean energy, such as solar power, increasing the fines for people who litter and who burn litter at their homes, and literally upholding the law. Government should work hand in hand with non-governmental organizations in sensitizing communities on dangers of climate change and how the future of the children can be improved through providing a sustainable environment for them. Government should provide early warning systems to those people who settle on prone areas. Governments of countries who need to form alliances through various sectors to overcome ecological and commercial pressures in order to ensure that children receive their rights now and a habitable planet in coming years. The government, through different organizations, should conduct civic education on sensitizing people on the negative impacts of deforestation, smoking, harmful drugs, and use of harmful fossil fuels, and use also to punish all perpetrators who continue doing these practices. Government should ensure that other sources of energy other than charcoal are readily available and affordable to make vulnerable to phase out charcoal burning. Practice afforestation to reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, because we want a green world where we are safe, and we need a green world for the future generations to come, for our future kids as well. As children, we commit to do the following. We will respect the natural resources and limit use of single-use items such as plastics. We should be actively engaging in awareness programs sensitizing the communities against activities that influence climate change. Tree planting and litter picking these be changed into weeks so that the groups could cover a larger area. We will reuse, reduce, repair, and recycle. We will campaign to make people aware about pollution that they made, and that's why there is the climate change. We will establish clubs in school to educate children on climate change and effects of climate change. We'll use the internet to educate their peers on the negative effects of climate change, as well as reducing unnecessary use of gadgets. We'll engage stakeholders to be involved in climate justice. As I finish, I want to once again thank you for this opportunity and ask you to join our campaign to heal our planet by 200 million planting trees and cleaning our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How wonderful is that children are also taking responsibility as provided for by the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, that children also do have a responsibility to the realization of their rights. So thank you so much, Opendo, for that statement and for representing all African children. We will, of course, share the statement with all of you, but very impressive. You should have seen how children were actually conversant with the subject matter and how they were very clear about what civil society organizations should do, as we had from Opendo, what governments should be doing, and what the committee should do. And of course, what they are going to bring to the table to contribute to mitigating climate change and its effects. And I hear a cry there, Opendo, when you are saying that adults, please help us to save the planet. I think it can go beyond that, really. We need to take accountability, we need to take responsibility, and we need together with your peers in terms of who needs to do what at what level. Having said that, I don't want to ruin the statement by children. As we had it, it was very clear, it was very direct. It wasn't ambiguous. They were very clear as to who should do what and who should work within what framework and what they are also committing to doing in terms of climate change and in terms of their responsibility to contributing to saving the planet. Once again, thank you so much, Opendo, and thank you to your peers as well. We really enjoyed the Saturday meeting and we'll continue to engage on this. And hopefully we can follow through with some of the recommendations that you and your peers have made to the different sectors of the key stakeholders within the child movement. Right, as I let you off, Opendo, let me then go on to the next speaker, and we are going to have PEN International, the African Union Liaison Office, and I'm calling Salam Abraham to address us. Salam, it's your time.
Thank you, Felicitas. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, distinguished guests, children representative, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to make this solidarity remark on behalf of Plan International. My name is Salam Abraham from Plan International African Union Liaison Office, and also I'm honored to give this solidarity remarks representing Plan International and also our director, Mr. Samuel Norgam. I would also like to second Felicitas and also the child representative who just spoke before me. Very eloquent, very accurate recommendation that you have outlined out of the Children Forum that happened during the weekend. And would like to congratulate all of you on achieving this milestone. I would also like to thank the CSO Forum Secretariat for inviting Plan International to make this solidarity remark during this forum. I would like to congratulate the CSO Forum members, especially members of the coordinating and executive committee of the forum, as well as the Secretariat for the organization of another successful forum on the occasion of the 20th CSO Forum. So when we call the 20th, it's also an occasion that we celebrate this important milestone on its 20th sitting. I would like to congratulate all of us for sustaining it and ensuring the voice of civil society are included, and also hope we'll continue to do and plan as we usually do it. As it has been said since the inception of the CSO Forum, Plan International remain committed and also reiterate its commitment to supporting efforts of the CSO Forum to ensure that the rights and welfare of children across the continent are respected, protected, fulfilled, and also promoted. As an organization that advances children's rights and equality for girls, Plan International is very much proud to be associated with CSO Forum and also other like-minded partners in ensuring that the world is safe for children and their rights is protected and also promoted. The last 2 years has been very difficult, not only for the CSO Forum, but for all of us with the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, natural disasters in our continent, various peace and security challenges in our continent. It is to be known that children, and especially the girl child, is the primary target and victim of all. We also believe that, and also want to recognize the CSO Forum team for this year on building systems to adequately serve children and adolescents in the era of climate change, which is a pertinent issue that we're about to discuss on. Recently, we are also witnessing a human-made and natural climate emergency, and it will continue to make humanitarian crisis and gender inequality even worse, affecting the girl child. At Plan International, we believe that it's time to discuss on the impact of climate change, specifically on children and the girl child. The inequality and discrimination experienced by marginalized girls and young women are more amplified by climate change. These girls will feel, we believe that specifically the girl child will feel the greatest impacts, but will not have the information and also resources they need to cope. So it's very important that we discuss this at this moment. The impact that we see from climate change disproportionately impacts girls' rights. This is also in specific reference to the right to education and also the advent of child marriage, violence, the disruption of the health system, SRHR, and other rights in general. It would also be good to mention that despite this challenge posed, there were various achievements that we can highlight and also that we can discuss in the forum in this couple of days. Moreover, we also have the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still persisting, which has increased the chances for girls, young women to be further abused and deprived from the rights which they have been enjoying before the outbreak of the pandemic. Access to health, the health information, education has been somehow restricted in some areas because of the advent of the pandemic. And also recently, the impact of climate change is also posing the same threat on the rights of girls. We believe that CSOs working on the rights of children have a strong stake when it comes to promoting and protecting children's rights, more specifically with the advent of global pandemics, climate crisis, and also other issues that are pertinent to the children. In addition, apart from the team of the CSO Forum, it's also an honor to be part of the specific CSO Forum, as it will also be a platform to assess current phase of development on the strategy, on the CSO Forum strategy, and also the way forward for the forum. As always, Plan International has been supporting the development of the CSO Forum strategy and also is committed to supporting along the process going forward. It will also be crucial forum to strategize, as I've tried to mention. This is the 20th setting, so it's a very good milestone to assess like what has been done in the previous, and also going forward, what are the things that we want to improve as a forum. Finally, Plan believes that the intervention in ensuring the protection and promotion of children's rights and girls' rights should follow various and also coordinated intervention at different level, at the national, regional, and continental level. So it would also be good to have this coordination not only twice a year, but also in between the forums, as we have been also saying this in the previous forums, and also ensure that we have all the representation from the 5 geographical regions of Africa. We all have a mandate and responsibility to mobilize, organize national civil society organizations who are working tirelessly at the national level and ensure that the voice of civil society organizations at different levels are heard and also put into account. It would also be good to mention that CSO Forum, as it has been doing, should continue to build the capacity of CSOs across the continent, both on the normative contents of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which will enhance the engagement of national civil society organization with the committee, as well as their engagement at the regional and continental level. With this, I would like to close my solidarity remarks, and also would like to reiterate that Plan International remains committed to working closely with the CSO Forum in advancing the rights of children and girls in Africa, and wish everyone a successful deliberation of the 20th CSO Forum. Thank you, Felicitas.
Thank you so much, Salam. And to also send our gratitude and regards to your director and the whole team, to say that we really are appreciative of Planning International's support. This 20th sitting is also possible because of your support, the financial support in terms of facilitating for us to meet. So we remain grateful. In terms of ensuring that we put the girl child and young women at the fore because they are mostly affected. Sorry, I forgot my video again. In terms of keeping the girl child at the center of the climate change conversations, it goes without saying. Because when we are talking about poverty and extreme hunger, we are also talking about those that are the nurturers, the caretakers, and the homemakers. And usually you find that the girl child or young women are mostly affected by ensuring that everybody eats and all of that. So we really do appreciate that. Of course, some of the issues that the chairperson had already talked to in terms of the importance of us meeting between the forums, to say that we now are having thematic groups, that by virtue of having that, we hope that that will be the gap. The gap will be closed by these thematic groups because they will keep us engaged throughout the year so that we can deal with various issues as per those thematic groups. And perhaps it can also help us to ensure that we continuously build our capacities and we continuously strengthen our competency in terms of facilitating and serving our representatives. Thank you once again, Plan, and your commitment to ensuring that children's rights are respected, promoted, and fulfilled is noted, and we'll be following up with those. One of the things that we want to do moving forward is also now to start following the solidarity remarks, the promises or the pledges that are being made in this platform, such that we can also have value addition in terms of partners feeling that we are taking them up on the offers that they are making through this platform. Once again, thank you so much. And we move on to the next speaker, and we will have Save the Children, the Africa Union office. And if I'm not mistaken, we are going to be addressed by Theophas Marenga. And Theo, it's your turn. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Felicitas. You still have a learning curve with the Kenyan names. I can see it's Cleophas Maragia, and I'm the Child Rights Advocacy Advisor at the Africa Union Liaison Office, representing our Director, Doris, in giving the solidarity remarks. So the chairperson of the forum, representatives from civil society organizations, representatives from the committee, children present, ladies and gentlemen. Save the Children wishes to congratulate the CSO Forum for successfully convening the 20th CSO Forum under the theme, Building Systems to Adequately Serve Children and Adolescents in the Era of Climate Change. As many colleagues on this call and this meeting know, it was just the other day, about 2 years ago, I think, when we were celebrating the 10th session of the CSO Forum in Addis. We had a very good celebration, I remember, and it marked a sort of a rejuvenation of the forum, and I'm glad that we are getting to this milestone of the 20th session, which is not easy. It has been a long road, and I would also especially like to congratulate the new management committee. I think as the forum, it's good when we are demonstrating democratic representation and we have different faces coming into the forum, taking on leadership. So for me, this is a very important milestone, and we wish to also reiterate our support to the CSO Forum going forward. And of course, now that we are working through a fairly new strategic plan for the forum, we will be there to support the forum in implementing the new strategic plan. In line with the theme of the forum today, the climate crisis is something that is fundamentally reshaping our world, and we have grave implications for the rights of current and future generations of children. Data from various sources shows that it's children of the many low and middle income countries who will continue to bear the brunt of worsening climate change. And this will be especially worse for some children, especially those who are already exposed to multiple hazards. We are talking about children living through conflict, those that have been profoundly impacted by COVID-19, those that are going through displacements, disability, and all these other compounding effects. When you add climate change to it, then we have future generations of children that are really at crisis. Children's education for children's access to quality education. I know Damon already gave us some really scary numbers that we should be thinking about, but just to go through some of the key statistics, we have 75 million children who have their education disrupted each year, of which around half is due to environmental threats such as floods and drought. So even before COVID-19, the pandemic, we had almost 258 million children, school-going children, who are already denied their right to education. So when we put in now the complications that have been brought about by the pandemic, and the income inequalities in various countries, we are seeing greater risks for children as a result of climate change. To address climate change, we need to deliver on the promises that we've made to children in various platforms and documents, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the SDGs, and we need to take ambitious and urgent action now as civil society organizations, as governments, as intergovernment organizations, to ensure that climate change is something that is addressed comprehensively. And part of this, of course, includes increasing commitments financially to both finance climate change mitigation. We have some targets that have been set by various countries, but we are not seeing commitment from the various countries to supporting climate change mitigation. But more importantly, we need to recognize children as equal stakeholders and key agents of change in addressing the climate and environment crisis. I think when we look at the campaigns that have been there globally, at the continental level, at country levels, we've seen a lot of children and young people taking the issue of climate change head on without even the support of the infrastructure that exists from various child rights actors, for example. Because children recognize that the danger that they face due to climate change is much more profound than us, the adults. I mean, we always have this joke that we probably have a good 30, 20 years to live if we are lucky, but children have another 60, 70, 80 years to live. So you can imagine if the climate change issues are affecting them now, how is it going to be in 50 years? So we need to recognize children as equal stakeholders, and also we need to advocate with various entities to scale up social protection systems to address the increasing impacts of climate shocks on children and their families. What we are seeing as a hunger crisis, lack of access to education and health, these are serious issues that are affecting families and children, and we are not advocating enough to have the prerequisite social protection systems in place. Save the Children worked with a dedicated child reference group comprised of 12 children between 12 and 17 years across the globe to develop a report which was looking at how the intergenerational aspects of climate change are infringing on children's rights to life, education, protection. And children made quite a number of recommendations, especially on a number of key areas we've heard already from the child representative. So decision makers should take all the information they receive about climate change into account when they're making decisions about climate change. For example, government giving more support to communities to cut fossil fuel use, promoting public transportation as a way to cut emissions, ensuring that the voices of children are always heard, respected, taken seriously, and included in decisions on climate change, and also expanding knowledge on climate change to various other people. So parents, teachers, everybody needs to learn about climate change so that they are able to participate in the various decisions that are being made about climate change. To this effect, Save the Children wants to commend the African Committee for establishing a working group on children's rights and climate change. I think we have one of the external experts that will be working within that working group in the session today. We believe that composition of the working group is a very important factor that will contribute to its effectiveness. And in this regard, we have already made a recommendation formally to the committee to consider having a child and youth representative within that working group so that we start walking the talk. We don't want to say that we are involving children in decision making and we don't have them in key bodies such as the working group that will be making some really important decisions going forward in regard to climate change. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware, the Arab Republic of Egypt will be hosting COP27, which is the Global Climate Change Summit, a very key platform for all of us if we want to debate and contribute to the various recommendations on matters to do with climate change. So the COP27 will be held in Egypt in November of this year. I think as the CSO Forum, we need to really take some time and strategize about what our role will be in COP27, what are the issues we are going to bring forward in terms of children's rights and climate change, and having the meeting on the continent presents us with a unique opportunity to both influence the recommendations, but also to have robust discussions about the future of children in light of climate change. We will also be presenting and we will be trying to recommend to the African Committee, also even through the working group, to also strategize about what the role would be in COP27 as issues of climate change are really on the fore of our discussions for this year and going forward. Otherwise, I would like to take this opportunity to once again reassure the CSO Forum of the continued support of Save the Children and to wish you fruitful deliberations during the 20th CSO Forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cleophas, and thank you for that commitment from Save the Children that they would be supporting the CSO Forum to implement its new strategic plan. We are excited about that. And of course, your sentiments about the rights of current and future generations being affected by the West climate change effects. We can't overemphasize that. As we don't have how many years to be, what we need to be alive, and how many years children are still going to have to stay and live in this planet, and we need to ensure that they are living in a planet that can facilitate for all their rights and their rights to be fulfilled. And that recognition of children as change agents and as equal partners. We will hear more when we talk child participation later on, but I think it's one thing that we really need to ensure that we infuse it, that we understand it, and that we practice it. so that children can continuously evolve, even as change agents. They can also continuously appreciate that they are indeed key partners with solutions to these issues of climate change and any other issues. Disruption with education, or any other issue for that matter that deals with children's rights, really, climate change has been a problem. And I liked how you said we need to recognize that children are not a homogeneous group. We need to appreciate that there are diversities within the child's cohort and deal with those that are in vulnerable. Am I speaking fast again? I see a hand from the tech team. Okay, let me slow down. Right, I was saying that I liked how you caution us again to say that we shouldn't forget that children are not a homogeneous group, and that we need to ensure that we recognize the diversity within the child cohort and deal with those that are in vulnerable situations. Children with disability, children affected by conflict, children in the streets, children in rural areas, so on and so forth. That their issues and challenges insofar as climate change is concerned are also different, given their situation or their circumstances that they find themselves in. And yes, there's nothing we can do without money. So financing climate change mitigation initiative is very, very important. And we're grateful that these issues are coming to the fore. Thank you once again, Save the Children. And as we let you go, Cleophas, we are going to be calling on the next speaker. And we are going to have UNICEF from the Africa Union office. And I also saw Pomolemo from the Botswana UNICEF office. Jeffrey, if you can do us the honors and take the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicitas, and thank you, colleagues. It's definitely an honor for us to take the floor, and I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Edward Adai, who is the representative of UNICEF to the African Union. Dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the CSO Forum for organizing this platform on a very important issue, building systems to adequately serve children and adolescents in the era of climate change. UNICEF values the partnership with the CSO, and in particular CSO Forum, and we are committed to working with you to ensure that children live and thrive in a safe and clean environment. I'm sure that we all here agree that climate change is the greatest threat facing the world, children and young people and today. So climate change or climate crisis is a child right crisis. We've heard it since this morning. Recent record of flooding, cyclone, droughts, heat waves, and wildfire in many countries foretell a challenging new narrative. Instead of going to school or living in a safe home, children are enduring famine, conflict, and deadly diseases due to climate and environmental shocks. These shocks are propelling the world's youngest, poorest, and most vulnerable children further into poverty, making it harder for them to recover for the next time of a cyclone hit or wildlife spark. Some figures are close to 90% of the burden of diseases attributable to climate change is borne by children under the age of 5. Approximately 2 billion children live in areas where air pollution level exceeds standards set by the WHO, which affects their health and the development of their brain. Every year, over 500,000 children under the age of 5 die from air pollution-related causes, and there is growing evidence of lasting damage to their developing brain and lungs. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death among children under 5, killing approximately 2,400 children a day. Childbirth caused by pneumonia are strongly linked to undernutrition, lack of safe and sanitation, indoors pollution, and inadequate access to health care, all challenges that are exacerbated by climate change. The impact of climate change are clear. It is unconscionable that today's children around the world, through protest, social media activity, and community and civic engagement, children and young people are loud and clear in demanding change. It is already clear that children are more vulnerable to climate and environmental shock than adults. UNICEF recently produced a first comprehensive report on children's exposure and vulnerability to the impact of climate change through the Children Climate Risk Index, which captures the situation of children in Africa in the face of climate and what we should do to address. I would highly recommend that this report that all the CSOs present here get the opportunity to go through that report, which is very, very informative. The report shows that almost every child on Earth is exposed to at least one climate and environmental hazard, shock, and stress, such as heat waves, cyclone, air pollution, flooding, and water scarcity. But a record-breaking 800 million, approximately 1/3 of all children, are exposed to 4 or more stress, creating incredible, challenging environment for children to live, play, and thrive. These children face a deadly combination of exposure to multiple shock with high vulnerability resulting from a lack of essential services. The survival of these children is at imminent threat from the impact of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, addressing the climate crisis requires every part of society to act. Government needs to ensure that environmental policies are child-sensitive. Business must ensure their practices are protective of the natural environment on which children depend. Greenhouse gas emissions and environmental pollutants must be reduced dramatically. Services for children need to incorporate climate resilience and environmental sustainability. Last year, as UNICEF was developing its strategic plan for the next 4 years, young people in many countries, including action around climate change. For example, in Zimbabwe, Nkosi, a young climate change activist, wants to know how he can be expected to attend school under a scorching sun. Ladies and gentlemen, the outlook is very concerning. There is room for action and optimism. There is a range of solutions in front of us. Each solution can help reduce children's exposure and vulnerability that can greatly reduce their overall level of climate risk. Some of these solutions include investment that improve access to resilient water, sanitation, and hygiene services. Investment that improve educational outcomes. Investment that improve access to health and nutrition services. Investment that improve access to social protection and reducing poverty. For the Africa we want, it is therefore imperative that we reimagine an Africa where children and young people live in a green and safe environment. UNICEF therefore calls CSOs to join voices to call the African Union, and especially the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, around the following 5 asks. First, making children the focus of environmental strategy. Children and their rights should be recognized as part of government and business climate change strategies and plans. 2, empowering children as agents of change. Most of the time, we talk about children participation. We want to hear from children, but we think that it is our responsibility to educate and to empower children for meaningful participation. We therefore think children should be a key part of the decision-making process of government climate and environmental policies. Someone talked about making sure that children contributions are well taken into consideration during the next COP27. The third point is to protect children from the impact. There should be an increased finance and implementation for adaptation and climate resilience in the services that children depend upon most, such as water, sanitation, health, and education. Fourth, reducing emissions and pollution. There should be ambitious commitment and action from government and businesses to reduce global emission and pollution to levels to avoid the worst impact of climate change. Finally, ensuring the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemics, ensuring that the recovery is green, low carbon, and inclusive, so that the capacity of future generations to address and respond to the climate crisis is not compromised. We think that the CSO Forum can play a strong role in taking this message to the African Union and to all the AU member states. We are looking forward to a continued conversation with the African Union, with the CSO Forum on this important thematic. We wish the CSO Forum a very good 20 years hope that this conversation is just beginning. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for those remarks, and once again for the commitment by UNICEF to working with us, and particularly to focus on issues of ensuring that children stay in clean and safe environments. Because when we are talking about clean and safe environments, issues around water and water sources also come to mind. Issues around sanitation as well. And right now with COVID-19, where we are encouraged to wash our hands as often as possible, we need to have those clean and safe environments to do that. And I encourage all of us, as we have been challenged, that we need to go and look into the report that has been produced by UNICEF on the impact of climate change and children's rights, so that we can appreciate the findings in that report and some of the recommendations that are coming from that report, and that we can utilize. Because once again, this platform gives us the framework, it gives us the researchers, it gives us the opportunity to know what's out there that we can take on and utilize as we seek to improve our operations, as we seek to improve our programs, our interventions. And that report can now also help us to do that. And before I let you go, to also say that we are also thankful that the UNICEF is committed to also being a partner in empowering children as change agents as well, and ensuring that children are a key part of decision making. And as we go to COP27, that really children have been part of the process in terms of what we find in those areas. And then, of course, investment. I think we can't overemphasize how we need to have the best of the discussions around children's rights, so that they can also appreciate their role, particularly now with issues of climate change, where they can also fully appreciate that their practices need to be practices that are protective of natural environment, and they could be practices that facilitate for the environment to not be degraded, so that children can grow in these environments and the environment can actually be sustained. Thank you once again, Jeffrey, and I will be letting you go as I invite the African Early Childhood Network. I think we will be addressed by Alicia. Oh, the last name, Alicia. Lutumia. Hope I called it right. Alicia, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Felicitas. The last name is Lutomia.
It's what?
Lutomia.
Oh, so you guys say these are Kenyan names, but you pronounce them in English, because even if you were to be fair, Maragia, I mean, it's English, but anyways, thank you so much. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Alicia Lutomia from the Africa Early Childhood Network. I work as a programs officer, and it is my privilege and honor to speak to all of you, distinguished practitioners working in child rights in the spirit of partnership and collaboration. Since the year 2018, 2019, and 2020, the Africa Early Childhood Network, known as AFCAN, has hosted ECD side sessions during the CSO Forum. And each of these sessions targeted at the rights of the youngest children, clearly revealing the importance of sustained engagement. early childhood development policy and practice in Africa during the period between 1990 to date cannot be in isolation from child rights, as well as the UNCRC and the African Charter. And in the UNCRC, General Comment number 7 on implementing child rights in early childhood, the committee encouraged the recognition of young children as holders of all rights enshrined in the convention, and that early childhood is a critical period for the realization of the rights as enshrined in the convention. It was also noted that proper prevention and intervention strategies during early childhood have the potential to impact positively on young children's current well-being and future projects. The rights-based approach that was linked to the convention has become increasingly powerful in global policies and regional policies aiming at
apologies for
young children's lives
interrupting.
and well-being.
Alicia?
Yes, Felicity.
Apparently you are too fast for interpretation, so if you can help them to be able to interpret and be slow, thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Yes, so I'm just going to pick up from the general comment number 7, that in the UNCRC, general comment number 7 on implementing child rights in early childhood, the committee encouraged the recognition of young children as holders of all rights enshrined in the convention, and that early childhood is a critical period for the realization of the rights as constituted in the convention. It was also noted that proper prevention and intervention strategies during early childhood have the potential to impact positively on young children's current well-being and future projects. The rights-based approach that was linked to the CRC has become increasingly powerful in global policies as well as regional policies, aiming at improving young children's lives and well-being. Child rights are key to the implementation of early childhood development in Africa, particularly in instances where children are living in extreme poverty. The long-lasting effects of child poverty and undernutrition in early childhood development on cognitive development, learning, and life quality are well documented. And thus, in the context of implementing ECD programs, the rights of children have to be at the forefront as a key consideration when developing poverty alleviation programs. Now, given the importance of early years and stressing on the importance of starting early, with a focus on marginalized communities and ensuring multi-sectoral collaboration. And as a result of the aforementioned, in 2021, the CSO Forum and the Africa Early Childhood Network entered into a formal partnership through an MOU to provide focused and sustained support to strategy development and utilization of evidence-based findings to scale up advocacy for ECD at national, regional, and continental levels. And in the past year, that is the year 2021, through a series of 5 webinars conducted in each of the 5 regions, that is the Eastern, Western, Southern, Northern, and Central Africa, the CSO Forum Secretariat, together with the Africa Early Childhood Network, UNICEF, and the World Health Organization, sought to strengthen the capacity of CSOs in the area of early childhood development to ensure greater advocacy for young children aged below 8 years in the child rights agenda. And the resulting outcomes included increased understanding of the importance of early childhood development, as well as increased cross-country sharing of experiences and knowledge exchange, and also the development of a CSO position paper on early childhood development, which was produced for use as an advocacy tool in the 5 regions. We would also like to recognize the efforts that have gone into development of the CSO Forum strategy, which sets out the vision, the mission, the values and goals of the CSO Forum, also defining priority areas of work and activities, and further appreciate most especially the express inclusion of the youngest children within the strategy and the plan as a whole, most notably through the establishment of the Early Years Thematic Group. The Africa Early Childhood Network, therefore, looks forward to continue partnership with the CSO Forum and the regional networks to build on the already laid foundation of the joint project under the initial MOU, that is, project focusing on the youngest children, to take it even further, especially through the operationalization of the Early Years Thematic Group, which will enable child rights advocates to come on board to support nurturing care for young children, and creating the platform to continue building the capacity of CSOs to better advocate for young children on emerging issues such as climate change. Africa hosts several climate change hotspots where strong physical and ecological effects of climate change intersect with large populations of poor and vulnerable communities. And in every crisis, children are the most vulnerable. Climate change is no exception. Children are particularly vulnerable during the gestation and early childhood period, as critical biological systems such as the immune and central nervous system are developing. We also have the aspect of maternal undernutrition coming in. Infection and illnesses at these critical times can cause lifelong damage, including physical stunting, neurological impairments, and immune dysfunction. Recent years have seen serious climate-related crises, including severe ongoing crisis, which greatly compromises the early childhood development rights and the nurturing care for young children. And cumulative impacts of shocks to children in early life could produce lasting adult outcomes. The increased vulnerability has negative effects on all the 5 domains of nurturing care, as earlier stated, that is good health, adequate nutrition, opportunities for early learning, safety and security, as well as responsive caregiving. And such negative effects are creating a vicious cycle of exposures which exacerbates vulnerabilities, and vulnerabilities exacerbating exposures. The Sustainable Development Goals are also not left behind because they are also negatively affected. And climate change further aggravates the effects of population growth, poverty, rapid urbanization. Without serious adaptation and mitigation, climate change is likely to push millions further into poverty and limit the opportunities for sustainable development in the region. Key essential services to this effect for children will be paramount in the fight against climate change. And the colleague who spoke earlier from UNICEF mentioned about health and nutrition, water and sanitation and education. And I'm also going to add social protection as well, which are essential to reduce the impact of climate change and prevent millions of children and their families from slipping into extreme poverty by 2030. And therefore, early childhood development provides an opportunity to build resilience, adaptation, and mitigation for sustainable development in the region, being that ECD interventions is proven to increase adult productivity, income, and reduces inequalities. There is therefore need for greater focus and accountability by state parties in protecting all rights for all children, especially the youngest children, to establish shock responsive systems that aim at ensuring systems are more resilient, not just to climate change, but to all sorts of crises, including the pandemics, like we just had the COVID pandemic as well. We therefore, as the Africa Early Childhood Network, appreciate the invaluable partnership and will continue to work in close collaboration with the CSO Forum towards making significant strides in supporting and advocating for protection and implementation of child rights, to put children's issues, especially the youngest children, into the formal development agenda of African governments, as stipulated by the African Charter and the UNCRC, and of course, as anchored in the CSO Forum strategic plan, respectively. Thank you very much. Much obliged. Over.
Great. Thank you so much, Alicia. And indeed, our partnership with the African Early Childhood Network has been amazing, particularly where we were now corrected at some point. Alicia was telling people, no, ECD is not the primary education. So you need to understand the difference and what we need to be doing in there. And I agree with you that we need to put ECD as part of the government's formal development, because if we can invest there, we are very sure that we'll have children that are growing up as children that are confident, children that have social skills, and children that ultimately, as they get the skills in the different components of their development, they can be children with the proper capacities, as we are talking about them being change agents and being equal partners. Thank you so much. And the strategic plan for the CSO Forum has the ECD component as a big component as well. And we hope that our partnership can go and help us to ensure that that component of the strategic plan for the CSO Forum becomes a life and lived experience for both the civil society organizations and children, and definitely can change policy and practice at national level by member states, so that ultimately we can ensure that ECD is viewed as a developmental issue that we all need to be investing in. Interpreters, I'm told that the French interpretation seem to be problematic. Please let's address that. I hear it's poor. I don't know, poor in sound, poor in volume, or there's a network issue in terms of the French interpreter. But please let's attend to it so that we can ensure that our French-speaking colleagues can also hear us. Thank you once again, Alicia, and I will be letting you go right this moment. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, children in the call, we have come to the end of the solidarity remarks by partners, because two partners are not with us who are on the program. So we will stop the spa and we will go for a short.
Felista?
Yes?
I'm actually here for TDH.
Oh, okay. How did I miss you?
Sorry. I mean, my colleague
please take it away. Yes.
Thank you. No, my colleague Lynette was supposed to be making the solidarity remarks, but unfortunately she was stuck in another meeting, so she asked me to step in.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was a chapter advisor for the East Africa region. And so I will just go ahead and read the statement as Lynette had asked me to. But I want to first thank Upendo for her input and standing up to also, giving the voice of the other African children as far as this pertinent issue is concerned. I think there's a call to action that has been put forward for us as civil society organizations, as well as governments, and I think the ball is now in our courts to work together with the children to make sure that we make this a reality for them. So allow me to read. I mean, I'm happy to join you all today as we deliberate on this important topic. That's building systems to adequately serve children and adolescents in the era of climate change in Africa. It is yet another moment that we come together, not only to celebrate our achievements, but also to jointly reflect and share experiences of our work towards providing greater protection and realization of the rights for children in Africa. Looking back at the last 30 years of the UNCRC as well as the African Charter, a lot has been achieved we celebrate those achievements, because I think a lot of times we look at what is not happening, but there's a long way that we have come, and it's important that we celebrate those achievements as well. However, we cannot ignore new challenges and emerging trends that threaten to undo the progress that has been made. And some of these trends and challenges include, technological advancements, which create both opportunities but also challenges for children, particularly in relation to protecting them. There's COVID-19 and other pandemics, conflicts, displacements, and now more glaring than ever before, climate change, of course, which then creates, a crisis for children and their communities. I mean, I cannot overemphasize, the knowledge and the statistics that have been shared on the impact that climate change has had on, education, health, social protection for children across, the African continent, but not just the African continent, but I would also dare to say, globally. I think the bigger question for us is, how ready are we as civil society organizations, both individually and collectively, to tackle these emerging challenges towards the realization of the rights and welfare of the children in our continent. How are we preparing to tackle protection concerns that we see in the face of climate change? I think from our work in addressing child exploitation as shared on Netherlands, we have increasingly seen a huge number of children being pushed out of their communities and moving, or even being exploited. And we cannot ignore the impact of climate change with these concerns, even to social protection, as Alicia mentioned. I believe that the reflections that we will have over the next 2 days will help us answer some of these questions and think more critically in terms of what our exact role will be individually and collectively as a CSO Forum. At TDH Netherlands, or at Tourism Netherlands, we reaffirm our solidarity with each one of you and our commitment to continue being part of and supporting the CSO Forum. We commit to keep addressing exploitation of children and all the factors that push children into exploitation, including climate change, and not only in Africa, but everywhere where we have a presence. We also commit to supporting children in finding workable solutions to truly address concerns from their perspective, because they are, there are lived experiences there that we need to be cognizant of. And we don't know those experiences. We need to hear them and partner with children to be able to work on, solutions that are informed by their lived experiences. We remain committed to working in collaboration with CSOs and governments wherever it is that we work. So thank you very much, and over to you. Felicitas?
You're muted, Felicitas.
Sorry. Controlling this icons can be a problem. Thank you so much once again, Angela, and my sincere apologies once again for that oversight. I had not seen that you were online. But we are grateful for the TDA's support. You have previously actually supported the CSO Forum sitting, particularly in 2019 when we were in Cairo. We had a lot of IC materials that were printed as a result of your support. So we really are grateful for that. Indeed, we continue to have emerging issues that are affecting children's rights. And these emerging issues around whether it's technology, COVID-19, conflicts, or climate change, as you already indicated, they require us to have the right skills, the right attitudes, the right mindsets, and the right competency for us to deal with. So we are grateful that as a partner, you are also committed to supporting us to get those things right so that we can service our children better. I release you, Angela, and thank you so much once again. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, children that are on the meeting, my clock says it's 7 minutes before the hour. So I'm requesting that perhaps we break for, is it tea or what is it in the afternoon? Yes, health break, please. We go for the 7 minutes and we are back at exactly 2 past, not 7 minutes, 10. We are back at exactly 2 past the hour. It can be 2 past 1, depending on where you are, or 2 past 2, or 2 past 1, 2 past 12, sorry, depending on the region that you are at. So 2 past the hour, please, let's be back in the room. And I will be handing over to my colleague, Okomoto Muntu, who is going to be directing the proceedings for the afternoon session. And I want to thank you once again for your listenership and for allowing me to direct the proceedings. Happy health break. See you at 2 past. Bye-bye.
Colleagues, are we ready?
Yes, Richard from East Africa. We are here.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Alicia, I see your hand. Okay, thank you. You're giving me guidance. Colleagues, in terms of the program, we're supposed to continue with the African Committee of Experts on the right and welfare of the child. Unfortunately, they are not yet here, so we are going to jump to our next presentation, which will be presented by our friend, colleague, and sister, Gamu Tagariwe. And I'm sorry, don't be caught up with the pronunciation. The focus of our presentation is on African child participation guidelines as we continue to strengthen how we can strategically position the voices and amplify the voices of our great bosses, which are the children. Over to you, Gamu.
Thank you so much, Richard. Good afternoon, everyone. May you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, sure. Good afternoon once again, colleagues. As introduced, my name is Yvonne Gamchirai Tagwire, and I'm going to be presenting on child participation in climate action, really zeroing in on the child participation guidelines that were recently developed by the African Committee of Experts, and how these can be used to facilitate and to advance climate change action in Africa. I join previous speakers and stand on pre-existing protocol to congratulate the CSO Forum on its 20th sitting, and really a special thanks to Upendo and her colleagues and peers in Africa for re-articulating their needs and how we as duty bearers and civil society need to act on those issues. I also want to sincerely appreciate the CSO Forum for beginning to walk the talk in terms of institutionalizing child participation at their different sittings, and this has been the third time where children have been engaged meaningfully in the various CSO Forum sittings. So my presentation would really focus on 5 critical areas where we would like to really understand the rationale of child participation in climate change action, and then really looking into some of the normative frameworks that have already been alluded to in previous remarks by UNICEF, Save the Children, and also the Management Committee of the CSO Forum. Then I would specifically look into the child participation guidelines, looking into the mandate of the committee as it is enunciated in Articles 42 to 45 of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and then end with some good and promising practices on child participation in the region and some recommendations for action. So as we've heard from previous speakers, but also from emerging evidence and also from the voices of children and young people, the climate crisis is indeed a child rights crisis, and it is indeed undermining recent advancement towards global development goals, be it AU Agenda 2063, AU Agenda 2040, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. And we do know that there is an SDG goal that focuses on life underwater, on sustainable environment. And hence we know that the climate crisis definitely is exacerbating some pre-existing inequalities, but also affecting children. But what we also know is that children in low and middle income countries really face the brunt of climate change, and yet our African countries contribute very little to the carbon emissions that happen globally, and yet Africa is the region that is facing quite a number of a lot of the climate change changes that we are seeing. So the analysis of child-led actions indicates that at global level, at regional level, and at national level, children are indeed taking environmental action to address climate change, but this really needs to be harnessed in terms of the investments we need to make for children's participation. So at national and regional level, African governments are really still to realize the potential of young people in addressing global, regional, and development issues such as climate change. So we know we have been talking in the child rights and development agenda around reaping the demographic dividends. And we know that by 2050, Africa will be home to 1 billion children. And it will be one of the youngest continents in Africa. And as I mentioned, children living in countries that are at extremely high risk from the impacts of climate change will really not reap the dividend if we do not make the necessary investments now. So for us to be able to have young people who successfully transition to adulthood, it is imperative that we continue now to invest into child participation in climate change action. As mentioned by our colleague from UNICEF, the UNICEF report on the impact of climate change on child rights indicates that 1 in 4 children and adolescents under the age of 18, about 600 million, are living in extremely high water stress, and this will be by 2040, which will increase diseases and also poor water and sanitation hygiene environments. But if we also look into the economic investments and the cost of inaction, we are looking at 8 trillion United States dollars that would lead to cumulative damage on the climate by 2050. And if you can imagine how much 8 trillion is, if we lose that to climate change, then it means we are moving far away from our development agendas and also further impoverishing our communities and our societies. And that would mean a decline of about 3% of the global gross domestic product. So from this analysis, ladies and gentlemen, we see that child participation in climate change action is important because there is a human development imperative. If we are talking about harnessing and reaping the demographic, this is the demographic of young people who will inherit the earth. As mentioned by Save the Children, if we are lucky, we'll get to 40 years, but the children will be here for the next 60 to 70 years, and therefore child participation should be at the heart of any climate change agenda, given the human development imperative. We've also noted that there is the socio-economic imperative, but also a child rights promotion imperative as enunciated in different regional and global international instruments. So what is the normative framework for child participation and climate change? The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child gives children and young people the fundamental right to be heard in decisions that impact them, and climate change is one of those issues we're already seeing as increasingly impacting the lives of children. And the core articles are Article 4, subsection 2, and Article 7. The global frameworks have been really mentioned as well, but I'd like to zero in on the sub-regional networks for us to actually look at the role regional economic communities also play in the climate change agenda. At the SADC level, there is the SADC policy paper on climate change, which has been assessing the policy options of various SADC member states in terms of how they are dealing with climate change in their respective countries. There is the SADC RED strategy and a SADC protocol on environmental management and sustainable development, which brings together ministers of environment and natural resources together to come up with a common regional agenda for addressing environmental impacts in the region. At the East African level, there's the Climate Change Policy Framework of 2021, and ECOWAS has recently also concluded the Regional Climate Strategy of 2021. So we do see that there is a plethora of normative guidance, which actually also mention the importance of youth and children in coming up with disaster risk mitigation plans, but also the role they play in calling for advances in climate change adaptation policies. So now looking at the child participation guidelines, the guidelines were developed by the African Committee of Experts to enhance the realization of the rights of the child to participate and to be heard in all matters that affect them. So the guidelines specifically want to ensure that children are engaged systematically and meaningfully in the mandate of the committee or in the activities of the committee, but also leaving the work of the committee, not only the work of the committee, but also to ensure that member states and civil society have a clear practical guideline on how they can create and implement sustainable structures and platforms for child participation, really starting from the family and community level and up to the regional level, and really showing some of the clear linkages and interdependencies between how children can participate at all these levels. So if we look at the child participation guidelines and climate action, there are three principal levels where children can participate to influence climate action. So the first level will be in the activities of the committee. This level 2 will be at the activity of the RECs, that is at regional level, and then activities at national level where they're engaging with African Union member states and governments. We do know that this is within the remit of the African Charter, and there must be linkages between the activities that happen within the African Union architecture and also with other parallel and mutually reinforcing activities at the global level. So at the regional level, at the continental level, children can participate in the development of general comments and also during state party reporting and follow up on concluding observations by the committee. At this stage, I think this is a very critical area where children should be able to participate by submitting a state-level child-led report, which should include components on the extent to which the government is putting in efforts to address climate change. So children can submit child-led reports, and as the committee then submits recommendations to the state party, the committee should be able to identify recommendations around climate action that have been identified by children in their child-led reports. The guidelines also provide an opportunity for the committee, once they go in country, to do follow-up of concluding observations, to have conversations with children around a broad array of rights, and also zero into the different interventions in a state party on how the government and children themselves are taking part in climate action. The second sphere of influence in terms of how the child participation guidelines can influence child participation in climate change is in the communication procedure, where grave abuse and violations of child rights can also be considered before the committee. So a child, through the complaints mechanism or the communication procedure, or a group of children can be supported either individually or through a national human rights institution or an organization to submit a communication, for example, on a state's failure to reduce carbon emission that is leading to diseases, or to regulate emissions, or the role of extractive industries in a country. And children can actually also be engaged in terms of listening to their views in the communications procedure on how such climate change interventions and the failure of the state to protect can be addressed. Children can also participate in the investigations of the committee when the committee is conducting investigations missions, particularly again on grave violations as articulated in the provisions of the Charter. The aspects of climate change can also be raised, and the committee may consider hearing the voices of children in terms of the extent to which the violation has impacted on their lives in terms of climate change. One also quick win for us within the continental level is the commemoration of the Day of the African Child. And child-led climate change sessions should also be encouraged, and linking the related theme to climate change. For example, we know this year's DAC is around harmful traditional practices and looking into how as a continent we've addressed or are continuing the momentum to address harmful practices. And this is such a momentous opportunity for us to link, as I've seen in the comments, to link the effects of climate change on harmful practices and how climate change exacerbates practices such as child marriage and FGM. So in the various themes of the Day of African Child, it's very important that we support children to also include an analysis of how climate change is affecting the broad array of rights under discussion. We are also excited as a child rights movement that the African Committee has also gone an extra step by developing the working group on child rights and climate change. And it gives me great honor that we had presence of a working group member on the call. And as mentioned by Save the Children, the working group on children's rights can also conduct country-level visits to showcase good and promising practices on climate change interventions in state parties. But I really would like to also join and echo the recommendation that we should perhaps request the African Committee of Experts to include a child as an expert or two children representing regions to be part of the working group on children's rights and climate change, so that they can also be able to influence the activities of the committee around this subject. But these young people and children also having a responsibility to report back to their peers on how the committee is engaging on this subject. The committee guidelines also provide an opportunity for identifying climate change champions in each sub-region to report to the committee. And this can be done through the special rapporteur processes, particularly the special rapporteur on child participation. So as we can see, ladies and gentlemen, there is a plethora of ways that children can be engaged with the committee around climate change. But at sub-regional level, where, as noted, the regs also do have a role to play in terms of in calculating child participation, and children's submissions within regs regional climate change strategies should also be prioritized. But also as CSOs, mapping out calendar of events where ministers of environmental management and natural resources are meeting to discuss the climate agenda, and facilitating some child-led side events, or even influencing intergenerational dialogues at these ministers of environment meetings. At national level, we realize that this is the natural place and the most sustainable place or level at which a child can participate in climate action. And the UN system for climate change accountability, the UNFCCC, has developed a process called the Nationally Determined Contribution, NDC. So, ladies and gentlemen, the NDC is a process where each government identifies its climate change priorities. It comes up with financing strategies to see how they can implement these climate change interventions and link them to the SDG indicator framework reporting. So there have been national consultations with children during the development of nationally determined contributions, and these have also been presented by African Union member states at the various COPs conferences. And once NDC has lapsed, it's like a policy framework. Once it lapsed, children can also be provided an opportunity to revise and include policy interventions that influence the implementation of the NDC at national level. We also note that there's a lot of exciting opportunities for children through school systems. So we are seeing that through curriculum overhauls, particularly in focusing on competency-based curriculums, climate change clubs are being developed, and these are linked to local and community level and harnessing on traditional African homegrown solutions to addressing weather changes. So ladies and gentlemen, Africa is really rich in practices around environmental management. And what we are noting is that there are some indigenous practices that children are actually already using, such as the reclaiming of the gullies, the cleaning up of riverbeds, as examples of some practices that have existed time immemorial. As mentioned, the child-led reporting process via CSO support could also enable children to provide insights on climate change mitigation. And also we are noting some exciting use of digital spaces and also climate change marathons, hackathons, and such as the 1 Million Youth Action, which my colleague Tanya will speak about tomorrow. So noting the child participation at national level, we also want to look into determining the features of meaningful child participation. So we do know that for any child to participate meaningfully, there needs to be a conducive and enabling environment. And it's necessary that the environment, be it at national level, even at home level, up to the continental level, space should be given to children. And space ensures that it is inclusive, it is enabling, but it is also safe, to ensure that children are able to articulate their views and to have their views taken into account. So as civil society organizations working on child participation and also engaging with African Union member states and the AU, it is very imperative for us to consider child safeguarding processes, conducting risk analysis on the various interventions, and ensuring that we do not cause more harm as we're engaging children on a very critical subject that will affect their futures. We also need to give children voice and an ability to express their views according to their evolving capacity, and ensuring that we do not influence our own agendas. As mentioned by another speaker, children already know how the impact of climate change is affecting their lives. They do have the solutions. And as I mentioned, in Africa, we're already seeing children taking up practices that existed for a very long time. So we need to give them the voice and harnessing the use of technology and other traditional methods of participation to ensure that their voices are heard. And in terms of audience, we also do not need to be tokenistic. Once we give children the audience, we need to also give them feedback mechanisms to really ensure that we give them feedback on the outcome of their participation. So Upendo, this is really specifically for you and your colleagues. We do have the obligation as adults working with and for your rights to ensure that we give you an opportunity to feedback in our next session, or to feedback in maybe another opportunity, the extent to which your priorities you've identified have been taken upon. And I think this is one area as a region that we really need to improve in terms of establishing feedback and accountability mechanisms on the outcomes of children's participation. I will not labor much, ladies and gentlemen, on priority of cross-cutting themes. I think Plan International did a stellar job in showcasing the importance of including gender equity for both boys and girls, but also looking into the structural barriers that impede the participation of adolescents and young girls, and including also the issues of children with disabilities, children living in in conflict situations, and also children from marginalized and marginalized communities. As mentioned, an investment in child safeguarding practices and in harnessing the use of technology should be a key priority as a cross-cutting themes. In terms of some good and promising practices, Namibia has been considered a state of change where they had child-led initiatives of when children were considering the national NDC process, where children were able to actually contribute to the development of the NDC process. And in this process, children asked for the government to put in a percentage of budgets to carbon emissions. And children were also requesting the government to ensure that the climate change policy is passed by the government. So we've been seeing child-led initiatives, and Namibia is a good practice of how children can contribute to the national determined contribution process. Zimbabwe hails as a good practice in terms of realizing that their old school curriculum was no longer meeting the education needs for 21st century learning. And Zimbabwe embarked on an overhaul of its education system through the new competency-based curriculum. And this new competency-based curriculum through life skills education includes a topic that is examinable on child-led climate learning, where a child has a garden in the school. They're responsible for managing that small component of their garden, and through what is called color, consistent assessment and learning, children are able to actually be assessed on a regular basis, the extent to which they are learning climate change interventions. So we are seeing that the education system is also being used as a potential for creating child participation in terms of child-led climate learning. In Zambia, Malawi, and Lesotho, they've also been training on Blue Schools training, where young people have been trained on the use of water, the safe use of water, and the importance of fisheries, but also water harvesting practices, and then using these interventions to also train their own peers. And in Ghana, children in Ghana wrote a declaration to their government requesting for a green economy plan by children, where children want the ministry responsible for children to also include a nominal budget for greening the economy through reduction of carbon emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just a few, but our region is rich in terms of different levels of participation. But what is critical is for us to still ensure that these participation interventions are sustainable all throughout, from the national level up to the continental and global levels. I would be remiss if I ended without analyzing some persisting challenges to child participation in climate action. Though there are some good and promising practices around climate advocacy, climate change interventions by children, we continue to recognize that there is inadequate climate financing, particularly for the child participation structures, which leads to very limited and uncoordinated child participation interventions. And then this also links to our inability to provide children feedback. It's because our child participation structures are not well funded, and when they are ad hoc in nature. We've also done a scan of current climate change studies and some of the risk and adaptation plans that have been developed. And what we've noted is that these are very complex in nature. They include very technical language, and although children are able to simplify it through the education system or through their own lived experiences, it's very important for us to really ensure that we prioritize access to climate change information and materials that are child-friendly as an important priority to enhance child participation. One key issue that also continues to be a structural challenge in Africa is the limited political will and commitment to support child-led action from the government. We note that UN agencies, international organizations, and CSOs are really pushing the child-led climate change action. However, it's very rare to see a government that would, for example, finance youth advocates to go to Geneva or to COP26. And this is really an example in case of a young girl called Vanessa from Uganda, who is a stellar climate change champion, but because of the limited support that she got from the region, her participation, although as impactful as Greta from Sweden, her participation hasn't really been coming out because of this limited support that we give our children. And yet the same interventions, the same messages that she's raising are also the same messages as children like Greta from Sweden are raising. So as a region, we need to realize that our children's voices matter, and children like Vanessa, Kosi, or Pendo really do need us to finance and give political will towards their participation. Another challenge is that child participation events continue to be once-off, and I would like to reiterate my appreciation to the CSO Forum for really continuing to make attempts to ensure that events are not ad hoc or one-off based, but to ensure that we continue to institutionalize child participation and climate change agenda through junior parliaments, through the CSO Forum, but also through various civil society interventions at national level. So what are our recommendations for action? As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really critical for us to consider children's views that are emanating from the recently concluded Child CSO Forum session. As we heard from Upendo, they do have their calls, which are very valid and which are in line with both international and regional instruments, but more importantly, which are in line with their future and the future that they need. And as the CSO Forum Secretariat and Management, we really need to consider how we collaborate with the global processes to ensure that our children are meaningfully contributing to national determined contributions, and also at global events such as the COP27. As we've heard, this is a very strategic opportunity for us this year, since the COP27 is in our garden, it's in Africa, and we really need to make the necessary investments to ensure that there are child-led events, there are high-level panels where our children are talking about how climate change is affecting their lives. And then we also need to support children to develop a Pan-Africa peer training manual on climate change advocacy, and have children across the 5 regions of Africa being trained as master trainers. And what we are realizing is that there really is a ripple and multiplier effect of one child teaching another child on the importance of raising their voice. And as the CSO Forum, I would like to humbly suggest that we consider such a Pan-Africa training manual on climate change advocacy for children. We can also identify countries that are in a line for developing their nationally determined contributions, or those that are in the process of revising these, and work with the governments, particularly the ministries of environmental management, to ensure that children can also be engaged in the NDC planning process, and also promote and lobby the committee of experts to draft or to actually convene a day of general discussion on climate change. And during this day of general discussion, sessions could be co-led with children or also have intergenerational dialogues around climate change. And the committee also, the CSO Forum can also convene child, young people, community and stakeholder policy reviews with a child sensitivity lens. For example, ensuring that as we support our national networks in CSO complementary reports, that we also put additional investments for child-led reporting and ensure that in those conversations with children, they are including aspects around climate change. So ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude our efforts as Africans to actually ensure that our African children have the voice and the space, without a low carbon future, the millions of our children will struggle to survive, grow, develop, learn, and play, and ultimately to participate and contribute to development in Africa. Therefore, addressing climate change in Africa requires that children and young people be at the center. They are realized as equal partners with equal investments in the policy dialogues, and that we need to include an aspect of institutionalizing their participation in government processes, in global and continental processes. As mentioned, they have the solutions, they have the ideas, and as Upendo was saying, we just need to facilitate and help them articulate these solutions to the people who hold the keys to change the situation. So implementing solutions to reverse and adapt to climate impacts requires an all of society approach to ensure that we provide resilient systems that can ensure that the world's youngest children and the world's youngest citizens are coming out stronger. So ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, the time to engage is now. The time to listen and act to children is now. And I was just coming from one session before I came here where another youth advocate from Angola was saying that unfortunately the planet is only one. We do not have plan B planet. We are here, we are surviving as inhabitants of this planet, and it's very imperative that we protect it at all costs for our own health, but for the health of the future generations to come. With these words, Kumutso, I humbly submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne, for very informative presentation. Few takeaways. One, we have reached consensus that climate change affects all children. It's got a huge impact on children's rights. Therefore, our responsibility is to create platforms, opportunity, and forums for them to influence decisions that affect them. Secondly, we have reached consensus that we need to ensure that we engage sharing in different ways. In some instances, it will be a consultative child participation process where we solicit their input. In some instances, it will be collaborative child participation where we work with them. And most importantly, we need to go advance to the third stage, which is child-led participation, where we provide them with resources and tools to ensure that they influence the agenda for the climate actions. Our homework as a collective is one, to ensure that we give feedback to all the submissions that were made by the children, so that we start to live the change that we want to see. We don't just create space for children to make inputs, but we also go back to them and say, based on your submission that you made regarding climate change, this is what we have done, this is what we failed to do, and this is what we plan to do. Yvonne, thanks also for alerting us that we have opportunity as the continent that we should tap into the indigenous knowledge. We should use indigenous knowledge, indigenous technology to ensure that we seek some solutions for climate change. And lastly, we need to ensure that we institutionalize child participation in the address for a climate change crisis that we are faced with. Thank you very much, colleagues. We move on to the next session, where I'm going to invite our colleagues from AFCAN and from the Gresham Marshall Trust to give us one overview in terms of early child development in Africa. speak about the continental advocacy strategy with specific focus on the AU continental education strategy within the cluster for early childhood development education, and thereafter also get an update in terms of the recently developed Pan-African ECD advocacy strategy that is meant to help us to push the public investment for early childhood development in our continent. For early child development is a very critical issue, a very critical developmental issue, which is a foundation for everything that you do. So colleagues, let's be conscious of time. When you see my handsome face, it means you are running short of time. You have only 35 minutes, so I want us to stick to that. Alicia, I'll start with you, and then I'll go to Caroline, unless there's any arrangement that you have made. Over.
All right, that's in order, Richard. How much time do I have, please?
You have 20 minutes, then Caroline have 15 minutes.
Okay.
So you'll see this handsome face 2 minutes before your time finishes, then it means you have to wrap up. Thank you. I'm switching off my video. Over.
All right. Let me share my screen. Okay, colleagues, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, where applicable. Antonia met earlier on. And I'll be discussing on the role of the African Union Continental Education Strategy for Africa 1625, ECED cluster, and the opportunities for CSOs.
Alicia, are you still there?
Yes, here I am. Okay, so I'm just going to give a brief background. In demographic terms, Africa is actually a young continent. In fact, it's the youngest continent in the world, with about 41% of the population being under the age of 15 years. And the growing youthful population positions Africa well to provide a large educated and skilled workforce that is capable of meeting the demand of the global economy as articulated in Agenda 2063. So Africa as a region, however, basically has a very long way to go in ensuring an education system that will produce a workforce able to meet the needs of the fast changing national, regional, continental, and global work environment is available. And in developing the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025, the African Union basically emphasizes the need to reorient Africa's education and training systems to meet the knowledge, competencies, and skills, as well as innovation and creativity required to nurture African core values and promote sustainable development at the national and sub-regional and continental levels. So much attention has been placed on improving the efficiency of the education system through curriculum reforms, and also strengthening capacity of teachers and improved infrastructure. And much less attention has been given to strengthening the foundations upon which an effective and efficient system must be established. And we know that the early years of a child's life play a critical role, not only in later development, but also on improving educational efficiency and productivity in adulthood, as well as economic development. And we also know that brain science has demonstrated that 90% of children's brain develops by the time they are age 5. And it is therefore during these early years that children develop the cognitive, physical, social, and emotional skills, laying the foundation for their success. So the CSO 1625 puts it this way, and I quote, "Pre-primary education is the pillar on which future learning and training are grounded. However, it is a neglected area in terms of policy and investment." So in recognition of the need to enhance equitable access to quality early learning programs, and as part of its Global Agenda 2063, the African Union developed and adopted the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, which is known as the CSO 1625, that basically calls for special attention to ECED and further establishes the ECED cluster for the CSO implementation on this field. And it is also important to note that young children basically who are healthy, safe, and well-nourished and have access to good quality early learning services have a high likelihood of leading productive lives in adulthood and of making a greater contribution to the national, regional, and global economy. Moving on to the objectives of the cluster. Now, in the CSO 1625, as earlier mentioned, pre-primary education is identified as one of the neglected subsectors that deserves special attention. And it clearly states that ECD is the pillar for future learning and also identifies it as the next frontier if Africa is to realize sustained quality education and training. So the ECD cluster defines early childhood as the developmental period between conception until the year 8 years of age, actually. And ECD programming is defined as policies and programs targeting all aspects, all aspects of a child's development, including physical, social, emotional, and cognitive development, and also supporting children's health, nutrition, safety, security, early learning, and development, and basically just targeting the entire environment in which children grow, including families, service providers, communities, and governments, of course, as well as the entire global community. So the cluster is to therefore make ECED specific contributions to support the achievements of all key strategic objectives of the CSO, which include, as outlined here, enhanced policy, advocacy, and communication, intensifying action to improve equitable access to quality ECED programs and services, improved quality of ECED systems, programs, and services, as well as enhanced governance and accountability, and then enhanced research generation, documentation, and dissemination, which is very important. And lastly, strengthen partnership and collaboration across all key stakeholders, including state and non-state actors. So those are the 6 objectives of the CSO cluster. And of course, the cluster itself was launched on 4th of September 2018 to support the implementation of the CSO 2016-2025 objectives in relation to the early years. Now, moving on to the structure of the cluster. So the cluster is structured in the below manner. And I'd like to mention that membership to the cluster is open to the outlined, the AU member states ministries that support ECED, including but not limited to those of education, health, and social protection, of course. Then we have the AU member state agencies, departments, mostly departments responsible for various aspects of ECED. Then we have the RECs, the regional economic communities, also departments which are interested in supporting ECED, then continental organizations, partnerships, and coalitions working in relevant areas, as well as global organizations and agencies, including UN agencies, of course, then relevant education, training, and research institutions, as well as public, private, and civil society institutions and individuals interested, of course, in supporting the achievement of the CSO goals related to ECED. Now, in terms of the organogram that you're seeing before you on the screen, we have a core team that includes the chair, a cluster chair, cluster co-chair, and a cluster coordinator, which basically coordinates the work of the entire cluster. So the cluster chair is the African Union Commission. The cluster co-chair is the Ministry of Education of Mauritius, which is the coordinator of the ADEA, which is the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, the Inter-Country Quality Node on ECED. Then the cluster coordinator, which is the Africa Early Childhood Network. Then below it, we have the technical committee of the cluster, which basically consists of the chairs, co-chairs, and conveners of the working groups, which we'll talk about later on, as well as the core team, which is the cluster chair, cluster co-chair, and the cluster coordinator. So the work of the technical committee is basically to ensure that there's efficient coordination of the cluster, basically to plan and review progress and provide general guidance for the cluster. Then below the technical committee, we have now the the 4 working groups. The 4 working groups, sorry about that. The 4 working groups. And to achieve the objectives that we earlier on went through of the cluster, 4 working groups were operationalized. That is, we have the Policy and Advocacy Working Group, which is actually the Policy and Advocacy and Communication Working Group. We have the Access to Quality ECD Services Working Group. We have the Knowledge Generation and Dissemination Working Group. Then we also have the Governance and Accountability Working Group. Now, just an in-depth analysis of really what constitutes the working groups. So under the Policy and Advocacy Working Group, we have the, it was actually agreed that the chairs of the working groups will be member states, and then the conveners of the working groups will be development partners. So as you can see outlined, for each working group, we have member states coming on board, both as chair and co-chair. Chair or co-chair and co-chair. Then we have the conveners who are development partners of different works and scope. As you can see, the Policy and Advocacy Working Group, we have the Republic of Zambia, Ministry of Education, as the chair, then the Republic of Tunisia, Ministry of Education as the co-chair. The convener is UNICEF SRO. Governance and Accountability, we have the Republic of Seychelles, Ministry of Education as chair, then the Republic of Kenya, Ministry of Education as co-chair, and the convener is the Commonwealth Secretariat. Then we have the Knowledge and Generation and Dissemination Working Group, where the chair is the Association of African Universities, and the co-chair is the Republic of Mauritius, that is the Mauritius Institute of Education, and the convener is UNESCO ECD, co-chair, UNISA. Then we have also the Access to Quality ECD Services Working Group, where we have the Republic of Senegal as the chair and the Republic of Burkina Faso as the co-chair. And then we have several conveners, that is Save the Children, we have Child Fund, and then we have Plan International as well. Then moving on to the cluster key achievements. The cluster was launched in 2018.
Sorry, you are in the English channel. I don't know the...
Sorry, Jenny?
It's okay. I was just guiding the interpreter was in English channel.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I was saying the ECD cluster, these are some of the key achievements since the launch. So the launch was in 2018. It was an achievement. Then we also had the first Africa Early Childhood Network ECD conference in October of 2018. And we had a regional orientation of what our objectives were, and we shared a roadmap of the cluster during that meeting, during the conference. Then we also have the CSA ECD cluster at the C10 October. That is the first meeting of head of states that champion education in the region. And there we had a side meeting presided over by the African Union Commission, specifically the Commission of Education. And in attendance, there were also ministries of education from around the continent as well. Then we had in 2019, as part of the key achievements, we had the first technical committee meeting taking place, which was hosted by the Ministry of Education, AFCAN, collaboratively. It was officially opened by the Honorable Minister of Education of Mauritius, who underscored the importance of ECED in creating the foundation for lifelong health and productivity. And there we also had the 4 working groups, which were operationalized during the technical meeting. And then we also had the TORs of the working groups developed, as well as formalization of the technical committee as well. Then we had the ECD cluster participation in the 7th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, that is the TICAD 7 in Yokohama, Japan, where a key output, the key achievement there was actually that early childhood was included in the Yokohama Declaration and in the action plan as well. And in addition, organizations such as the World Bank and UNICEF committed to spend at least 10% of the education budget on early childhood. So that was a big win. Then we also had the CSA ECD cluster participating at the Specialized Technical Committee for Education, Science and Technology, the STC-EST, where the Policy and Advocacy Working Group also participated in that. Then we had in 2020, the 3rd CSA ECED cluster meeting, which was held in July. And During the meeting, we had the launch of the ECD cluster COVID-19 strategy, which was spearheaded by the Knowledge Generation and Dissemination Working Group. Then 2021, last year, we had the 4th CSA ECD cluster meeting in July. And then we also had specifically the development of a regional early childhood education framework, which is supposed to strengthen early childhood education systems across Africa, as well as development of a regional ECD research strategy 2021 to 2025. And both the framework and the strategy were validated and adopted during the 4th CSA ECD cluster meeting, which was chaired by the African Union Acting Head of Education Division, Mr. Hambani Masheleni. Now, in terms of the priorities for the cluster, this 2022, we are in line with the theme of climate change and the impact of climate change on children's rights in the region, and especially the youngest children. We are looking to develop a position paper on the impact of climate change on ECED and young children in the region through the Policy and Advocacy Working Group during this first half of the year. Then we are also looking to finalize finalization, publication, and dissemination of the regional ECD status report, as well as regional research strategy and the ECE framework. All these documents that have been developed. So we are trying to push them so that we can ensure at this point that they've gone through the AU protocols and they are able to be disseminated accordingly. So that's part of the priorities this year. Then we also have organizing, of course, in line with in relation to the AU theme of the year, which is building resilience in nutrition on the African continent, accelerate the human capital, social and economic development, looking to organize and participate in advocacy events for greater commitment and nutrition investment in relation to the AU theme of the year. And overall, we are looking for opportunities of course, where we can be able to partner and collaborate in order to move the ECD agenda forward, especially through the cluster. Then in terms of opportunities for CSOs, first is opportunity to leverage on the opportunities to leverage basically on the transformative role of education and training. That is in building human capacity and to empower youth, women, and marginalized groups. So ECD is the essential foundation for all of this, as stated in the CSA 1625. So that is a great opportunity. There's also opportunity for knowledge sharing and exchange, providing opportunities for members basically to share regional trends and updates, achievements, gaps, and challenges, as well as to build consensus about key actions that need to be taken perhaps jointly. Then opportunities also to strengthen strategic partnership and collaboration across all key stakeholders, including state and non-state actors, of course, and to strengthen multi-sectoral collaboration at regional level, and also to advocate for enhanced national multi-sectoral coordination. And also to opportunities to amplify the work of stakeholders in the attainment of the CSA objectives for early childhood. That is basically to analyze ongoing ECDE programs and spotlight ongoing effective practices by member states and other stakeholders as well. Then there's also opportunity to engage in other pertinent CSA clusters related to ECED, which include, we have the teacher development cluster, we have the education planning cluster, we have the women and girls and gender in education cluster, we have the school feeding, there are quite a number, school feeding cluster, peace and education, there are quite a number. So the opportunities to engage in other pertinent CSA clusters related to ECD as well. And lastly, but not least, opportunity to engage with member states. And here we're talking about ministers and senior officials, of course, through the Specialized Technical Committee for Education, Science and Technology, as earlier mentioned, and also the Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government championing education, science and technology, because the CSA reports are actually presented to both high level, in both of the high level meetings, basically. So, and the cluster is given chances to has opportunities to present its issues in both of the high level meetings and very many other opportunities that come up from the AU. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope I haven't gone over time. Thank you very much. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Alicia. This is very critical work of the sector. And just few takeaways. One, we are building consensus on the fact that early years are critical for child development. Therefore, there is a need to invest. The second issue is that, which we raise as one of the takeaway, that there is a call for a special attention on ECD. So we need to make sure that we make effort on the early childhood development. Thirdly, colleagues, all this thing is helping us to identify opportunities. So early childhood and education cluster present opportunity for us to ensure that we put early childhood development on top of the AU's agenda. So let's take advantage of this opportunity. The second emerging opportunity is the position paper that will be coming. Let's use that position paper to ensure that we frame our advocacy ask and we are able to influence the ECD agenda within the continent, primarily public investment in early childhood development interventions. If you look at most of the state party report, there is limited effort to reflect and reflect on measures that state parties are taking to prioritize the early years of a child. So thank you very much, Alicia. This is much highly appreciated. And Alicia, I see your hand. I don't know if it's
it isn't. I just wanted to lastly mention that we'll be putting the registration link for the cluster on the chat and perhaps on the Q&A. So for those who might be interested in joining any of the working groups, please follow through. Thank you.
So there's opportunity to be part of this cluster so that we are able to collectively push for the agenda. Colleagues, we have noted some of the comments that are going through the chat, and when time permits, at the end of the session, we'll ask Jennifer to just run through those comments and see if there are some that need reactions. Secondly, we've also noted the requests that come in terms of presentations. At the end of the session, we'll provide guidance in terms of how you're going to get all this valuable information that has been shared. Without any further waste of time, allow me to introduce my friend, sister, and colleague, Caroline from the Graça Machel Trust, to share with us what the tripartite has been doing, which is the CSO Forum, AFCAN, and the Graça Machel Trust in as far as the advocacy strategy is concerned. And I want us to draw a line. What GMT's working focus is on the advocacy strategy, not the implementation framework. So there is no duplication, there is no duplication of effort, but it's complementary work that is taking place. Over to you, Caroline.
Thank you very much, Richard, and for that clarity also for our colleagues. So good afternoon, colleagues. I'm just going to quickly share my screen. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen. So as mentioned, I'm going to just briefly present on the Pan-African Advocacy Strategy in advancing ECED in Africa that the Graça Machel Trust, the Africa Early Childhood Network, and the CSO Forum has been working on. And so, as already alluded to by Alicia, we realized that ECD was a neglected area in terms of policy and investment. And we also realized that there are over 200 million children under the age of 5 years who are unable to access ECD services. And the current investments in ECD mean that a child who is born today will only reach 50% of their development potential and productivity at the age of 18. So hence the need for us to actually see if we can develop this advocacy strategy. So to begin off, we conducted a rapid mapping exercise where we identified some of the challenges that were being faced in ECD on the continent, and some of them being that there are only 13 African states that have comprehensive integrated policy documents on ECD, covering all aspects of ECD. And also that the private ECD centers augment government efforts to provide ECD services. However, costs are actually quite exorbitant, and services are usually concentrated in urban areas. So some of our key advocacy issues that we are actually looking at in this advocacy strategy are actually on 3 levels. So there's a policy, institutional, and a pragmatic level. So at the policy level, we are looking at creating an enabling policy environment for integrated ECD provision in Africa through, for instance, advocating for policy and regulatory frameworks that regulate the national ECD sector at a national level for public, private, and CSO-based ECD providers. At the institutional level, we are looking at influencing member states' spending per child enrolled in ECD services through, for example, budget analysis, budget tracking, accountability, and advocacy. And we are also supporting, looking at supporting messaging on the need for state-led multi-sectoral approaches and programs for ECD services at all points of contact, starting from the time when the woman is pregnant to the infants to young children. And lastly, we're looking at monitoring and assuring quality ECED programs through influencing member states, regional economic communities, and influencing them basically to prioritize parenting support, raising awareness and capacity building programs, and also infrastructure development of recreational facilities. We are also looking at advocating for integrated home and community-based ECD programs that leverage on Africa's rich indigenous parenting and rearing practices. And also looking at supporting children as agents of change to articulate their needs on ECD according to their evolving capacities. And also lastly, we're looking at conducting regional and national level workshops with CSOs, with national human rights institutions, member states, and making sure that they consider the needs of children in all settings. So looking at children with disabilities, children on the move, and children in humanitarian settings. So in terms of our advocacy target audiences, we've broken this down to 2 audiences. Primary target audiences, which we're looking at audiences such as the African Union Commission, the regional economic communities, specific ministries within the AU member states, such as ministries of finance, and also the national human rights institutions. And then secondary target audiences, we're looking at UN agencies such as UNFPA, UNESCO. We're also looking at regional and national CSO networks, and also parents and caregivers. And then moving the ECD advocacy agenda forward, we then look at what are the implications for the CSO Forum. So for the forum, we're looking at the forum reviewing and institutionalizing the advocacy strategy as part of its continental ECED agenda in Africa. And then also for the forum to apply for membership in the CISA ECED subcluster in order for it to then plug into regional ECD initiatives in the region. And then we're also looking at the CSO Forum leveraging on the regional economic communities ministerial meetings to issue official CSO Forum statements on investments in early years and intersections to emerging issues such as climate change and food security. So what are the next critical steps? So the next critical steps would be, as already mentioned, for the CSO Forum to institutionalize the ECD advocacy strategy, and then to seek to influence the committee to convene a day of general discussion on ECD and investment in the formative years. And also looking at developing a calendar of key ECD events for the forum to attend and contribute to policy discourse. And lastly, to collaborate with sub-regional and national CSO networks to support follow-up advocacy of concluding observations at national level. And then obviously, as my colleagues have already alluded to, in terms of the importance of climate change, it's also important for us to actually gain a better understanding of climate change and how it directly and indirectly impacts the holistic development of children from their early years. So I think we can all agree that as part of safeguarding, we also need to ensure that ECED agenda works towards limiting the impacts of climate change on children throughout their development. And then our advocacy, we also need to ensure that our advocacy is intentional and that it focuses on influencing climate change policies that speak to issues such as land use planning, clean energy, clean water, and sustainable transport and greening of cities. And then lastly, looking at climate change interventions should therefore be embedded in policies and programs that considers the levels of nurturing care and support required for children. And then lastly, our call to action is the Trust and as the CSO Forum and also as the African Early Childhood Network is that we are calling for increased government investment and accountability in integrated ECD in Africa. And this obviously will require the political will of member states, concerted efforts from the AU, from the RECs, the national human rights institutions, CSOs, and other key stakeholders towards a common ECD agenda. So it's very important that we solicit the buy-in of these key stakeholders to ensure that there is increased investment in ECD programming, and also that ECD is prioritized in policies by member states. I think, Richard, for the sake of time, I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. This is a build-up and continuation of where Alicia left off. The consensus is still the same that early years are very critical, so we need to invest in those early years. The few takeaway points: one, integrated EC policy framework is required for the continent, primarily to ensure that we address the holistic need of the young ones. Public investment is very important to ensure long-term sustainability. It's only when we depend on domestic resources that some of the interventions could be could be sustained. Also of high most important, which we need to remind ourselves that we have a rich indigenous knowledge that we can tap in. So let's try to invest on home and community-based ECD programs so that we cannot always depend on resources, but we use what we have at our disposal. And that is what we call sustainability. The moment we depend on money from someone, is not sustainability. But if you depend on resources that are at your disposal, that's sustainability. And what's very important also is to ensure that ECD interventions are called for inclusive ECD interventions so that we leave no child behind. Whether disabled, whatever, we leave no one behind. And 2 action points. One is we need to consider a day of general discussion, which is one critical discussion, action point. The second one is to ensure that we consider, as part of our outcome statement, a call for increased government investment and accountability in ECD. Thank you very much, colleagues. This is highly appreciated. And just to indicate that, as indicated earlier on, yes, we're going to share all the presentations. Keep on sharing your email address. We'll do that. And then without further waste of time, we'll then jump to the next. We change in tune. We're now jumping into education and climate change, which are the new issues, and also looking at what are the possible intervention. This will be, it's a shared presentation between FAWE and Save the Children. So colleagues, I'm not sure how you have arranged yourself. What I can confirm is that we have allocated at least 30 minutes to you, so the minutes should be shared equally. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, Richard. I hope you can hear me clearly. This is Frisha from FAWE. Okay, 1 second. The host is asking me to share my video. I want to share my screen. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, you can see. You can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. Yes. As I said, my name is Frisha. I'm representing FAWE, Advocacy and Partnership Officer, but I'll also be joined by Sion and from Save the Children, Pan-African Office, and Beverly from FAWE. So my role to start with is to really just set the scene. And I think for me, in every panel or everybody who has come before me has, in one way or another, set or laid out the impact of climate change and education. And I think even looking at the panel that has just come before us, that is the ECD cluster, they have really noted for us the need for us to join the CESA clusters and the different mechanisms. I think what we are also agreeing or learning from them is that child rights is really not an isolated agenda, and child rights is really mainstreamed across the different African departments. As we've been seeing, colleagues, we are discussing on, sorry, my screen has decided to hang, but we are working on discussing on climate change and its impact on education.
Frisha, if it's possible, can you go into the presentation mode? So that
yes.
Okay.
I'm not so sure why my screen has decided to hang, but let me start by saying, or just really laying out some very simple statistics. I think I'll just share my presentation later because for some reason it's affecting my the scrolling. Sub-Saharan Africa has 95%
Sorry,
of
Frisha, are you able to share it to me? Send it to me and then I can share it.
Okay, Jennifer. But okay, let me just, because I only have 5 minutes, let me just go through it and then we'll share it with the colleagues as we go along. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Yes. So we are saying Sub-Saharan Africa has 95% of rainfed agriculture. And we're also seeing that currently 281.6 million population of the continent, which is over 1/5, is currently faced by hunger. We're also saying that out of the 7 countries, 7 out of the 10, sorry, there's somebody on the background. But we are seeing in 2015, 4 countries, which is Malawi, Mozambique, Ghana, and Madagascar, are actually rated as the countries which are most vulnerable to climate change. Today, as we speak, 75 million children have their education disrupted every year, which is around half of them, that is around half the population, due to the environmental threats such as flood and drought. We're also saying that even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the global education emergency, 258 million children which is roughly translates to 1 in 6 children were already being denied their right to education. So what is it that we in the civil society, or even together with the Civil Society Forum, are really advocating for? We are saying that this pandemic the COVID pandemic has compounded the inequalities in education. And we see that those who are in the low income and conflict affected countries are still at the greater risks of impact of climate change. And knowing that Africa's population is largely the youth, we then do know that the youth are the ones, and the children are the ones who are actually facing a lot of the pandemic and the impact of this. So we've also looked at it, and we are saying that why we are discussing education and climate change, or why this theme is very important for the Civil Society Forum, is when we look at Agenda 2040, which is really the blueprint for Africa on children. We are noting that under Aspiration 4, we are hoping that every child survives and has a healthy childhood. Under Aspiration 5, that the children are growing well nourished. And Aspiration 6, we want to have every child benefit from quality education. And under Aspiration 7, we are saying that every child should be protected from violence, exploitation, neglect, and abuse. And under Aspiration 9, we are saying that every child should be free from the impact of from armed conflicts and other disasters such as COVID and emergency. So when we look at where Africa is today, we are noting that climate change has an impact on education directly. We are seeing dropout rates due to climate change, where children are either going hungry. We have displacements due to natural disasters, which also sometimes leads to conflict. Where these children are displaced, they'll have either abuse, they experience child abuse, especially during migration and sexual exploitation. We have also seen children facing malnutrition because of the lack of food, and we are seeing absenteeism in schools, which leads to poor performance. And again, as I earlier said, we have increased inequalities. So what we are looking at, and what the panel will be discussing, that is both Beverly and Zion, is really just delving into how education and climatic change, mine I've just highlighted, but they'll look at it directly to see and give us really an in-depth look of how climate change is affecting Africa, and also give recommendations on how to best combat this. So over to you, Sion.
Thank you, Basia. So Jennifer, can I ask you to project the slides if you have received them already? I think the slides are visible. So I'll be talking about the climate change and its impact on education on the overall African context, and also I'll be talking about what kind of interventions really is the problem that we are facing in the high number of dropouts, and also in making it a very big challenge for children to continue and attend education because of the ongoing climate change that we all are witnessing. So just to start with the overall problem that we have on hand, climate change is not a problem that we can only see it in one dimension. It has a multifaceted kind of feature. So when it comes to climate change, children are not only forced not to access their basic rights in relation to nutrition, education, and also promotion and well-being, but it also has other challenges and risks and impacts on children. So we have instances where climate change has caused children days injuries, harms, and illness. And also there is the psychosocial support impact that we don't see usually on children. And also now we are talking about the education and protection disruption that it will have on children as one of the key risk areas for children. And other impact that climate change will have on children is the environmental, economic, and social impact that will make them go under. And in some instances, especially in areas where there is ongoing conflict and there is ongoing assault on education, and also on the overall learning environment. There is also the destruction of education and also attacks on education on the rise. This is specifically witnessed in the region, in African Sahel region, where is ongoing violence, and also due to the deteriorating environment, there is also high number of recruitment of children as child soldiers in the area. So for any of us to really, I'm asking all of us to immerse ourselves in a child place and any part of the continent where they are, where the child is forced to live in an area where it's very much prone to drought, and then that child is forced to find ways to support his or her family by not going to school and trying to find another venture to support his family and also to keep his family or her family afloat. So the overall climate change will force a child to look at education or school as some kind of a luxury. Rather, they will try to focus on ways to support their families in fetching water and finding a fertile land for the cattle, and also finding an optional fertile land, and also a place where his family or a family can flee to. So we should always have an our approach according to the recent Save the Children born into climate crisis report, which was published in 2021. We should always look into the problem of climate change when it comes to overall child rights in a way that is all hazard approach, where it includes the natural hazard that are apparent, and also the everyday hazard, and also the violence and conflict where children are living also. So on the overall, whenever these traits are around the climate change traits, children are forced to face food insecurity and nutrition, lack of nutrition, and they are also forced to look for water resource and other water resources and try to support their family, and it will also disrupt the educational rights they need to enjoy. So overall, the impact of climate change on children's rights is in relation to safety and survival, protection, development, participation, and health environment. So what should we employ in order to make sure that these threats or impacts are minimized or overall become non-existent? Is as Save the Children, we have 4 approaches and 4 pillars that we employ to the work that we do at country level and also at advocacy level. So the first one being an overall consolidated advocacy work that's expected from partners, government, and non-government actors, and also making sure that we minimize the impact of climate shock to activities that are centered around the best interests of the child participation, and also building credibility and putting on the activities that we are doing a kind of monitoring activity and making sure that we deliver the impact for children should be the minimum footprint that we need to follow. And the other thing is we need funding in order to make sure that the impact of climate change on children is minimized and the focus is given to the dire need of children around the globe. So we have guiding frameworks around the world that we use, and the panel before us have already discussed about it. So we have international, regional, and also we have international and regional partners and international NGOs who are working towards making sure that a climate resilient education program is in place. So this is overall the presentation I have for all of you, and I hope to hear questions and comments later on. Thank you. Over to you. Sure.
Thank you very much, Francia and Siano, for very informative presentation. Just few takeaways One, there's a collective consensus that climate change has direct impact on education.
Also, we have one more person.
Yes, please. I was just going to let him give the highlights, but yes, Richard, if we could hear from Beverly and the recommendations from this.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. No, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beverly Mungo. I'm from the Regional Secretariat, and I'm just going to give highlights on what PAWE is doing with considering it implements education programs and the challenges that we are seeing or issues that we've seen that are coming up in regard to education and climate change. I will not dwell too much on my presentation and not take too long because I'm just building off what Frecia and Sion spoke about. And I'll just give two main points. We can see that there's climate change definitely impedes access to education. We see that there's challenges in infrastructural development. For example, that there's floods or drought. The infrastructure is destroyed and then children don't have a place to access this education. And they end up having to travel far, probably to get access to the education and whatnot. And in the event of them having to go so far, they are mostly susceptible to gender-based violence, especially for women, and they get exhausted in the process of going to school. This reduces their concentration in class and it resultantly affects their academic outcomes. Again, because of climate change, we have issues such as issues that may affect water and sanitation, which again directly affects the health outcomes for children because they're susceptible to diseases. And for girls who have begun their menstrual periods, there's challenges in menstrual health management, which directly affects the academic outcomes because chances of them attending school in these instances becomes close to none. Another thing is that there's widening inequalities. Most families, especially those that come from informal settlements or the rural environments, they rely on natural resources, which is land, to make a living. And when we have climate change takes into place and there's flood, there's drought, there's mudslides and all sorts of things, then their economic empowerment is impeded. Then parents are unable to afford schooling for their children. They can't afford the necessary materials and education materials. Then they also have to end up choosing which child goes to school, and we revert to our traditional gender roles where the girls remain at home and the boys get the chance to go to school if at all. And when the girls remain at home, then they don't have the opportunity to participate in academics fully because they have competing interests. They end up taking up more time doing domestic chores rather than pursuing their education, and resultantly, majority of them do drop out of school. Those are issues that we've seen as far away when we're implementing educational programs.
Richard, allow me to quickly summarize the recommendations that is really coming up from this team.
How many more minutes do you want, Frecia?
What we are saying then, based on the discussions and the issues that have been highlighted, we are asking that we need to see an incorporation of gender perspectives with girls and young women as agents of change in the response to climate change. We're also saying that we need to see governments develop social safety nets, such as school feeding programs, especially in schools, for them to be able to combat the effects of droughts and to be able to have retention of children in schools. We are also asking to have the financial mechanism. They must be flexible to reflect the role of women and the role of girls and women priorities and needs, especially given that we've just highlighted that a lot of the farming and agriculture is done by women in Africa. We've also asked to have the encourage incorporation of gender perspectives in national policy actions plan, suitable for the development of climate change through carrying out of systemic gender analysis. And then we are seeing that there is very limited evidence on the impact of climate change and on education in the African continent. So we need governments to prioritize availing reliable evidence on climate change, which then can be used for training and also incorporating or just training on education, because we know, again, as we earlier said, that the largest population in Africa is the youth. So if they're able to take their population and they say they're the ones who are going to inherit this planet, we need to keep it safe for them. We are also noting that the climate change contribution has contributed to inequalities and access to education. So we need to be able to integrate climate change again in both primary and secondary school levels. And I think Yvonne highlighted some scenarios in some African countries that are actually including child participation as a solution to climate change. So we've also asked for awareness, because for us to be able to tackle the problem, the first thing is for people to be aware. This is both at the community, the civil society level, and this will help us strengthen community resilience to climate change and its impact on education. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Frasha, for taking 2 hours, but it's well appreciated. Colleagues, just few takeaways. I'll just take the high level ones so that we don't take too much time. One, I guess, in terms of consensus.
Is Richard speaking, or have I lost him?
Thank you. Are you done, colleagues? Or you need another round of presentations? Frasha?
Sorry?
Are you done with you and the team?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So, colleagues, we takeaway one, as consensus building, climate change has a direct impact on education. This is demonstrated by the level of children who drop out, the issue of malnutrition in schools, a number of pull factors that emanate from this. And then, based on the magnitude and the complexity of climate change, it calls for multifaceted approach. It does not attack one or affect one sector. So it calls for collaboration within and outside the sector that we will find ourselves in. And then it directly affects our livelihood. So that's very critical that we think about this. But most importantly, as and when we deal with climate change, there's a call for us to wear the gender lens, so that we ensure that we address specific needs of women and girls who are affected by this. And then the opportunities one, Save the Children has the framework on the education and climate change that we could tap in terms of using that for our work. And then one of the few call for action, one, which is very critical, which is some of the things that we need to try to see how we prioritize that. We need to generate continental evidence on the impact of climate change on education, so that it's very contextual, it's to the issues in Africa. Secondly, we need to embark on robust and broader awareness raising on the effect of climate change on child rights broadly. Thank you very much, Frasha and the colleagues. Colleagues will then move to the other session, continue with climate change and health. And then we're going to ask APHRC to lead us on that. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, Richard. This is Juliet from APHRC, and I will be co-hosting this session with Vanya from Untitled Health Africa and Foster Mafiala from Southern Africa SRHR Trusts, who are also joining me via video. And ours is quite direct conversation about or presentation about how children and adolescent healthcare is being affected by climate change. And we'll be looking at what really is new in terms of research findings and the possible interventions needed by stakeholders, civil societies, and the committee and governments in general. So just to introduce Vanya Kibu is from Untitled Health Africa. She's a seasoned public and human rights professional. And Foster Mafiala is an SRHR officer with Southern African Trusts under the Break Free Alliance program. So, and basically just to shed light in terms of where we are when we talk about children and adolescent healthcare and how climate change is affecting them in general. as you might be aware, there are around about 273 million adolescents in Africa as of 2019. And so far, this number of adolescents and a whole other millions of children in Africa have been affected by climate change. And consequently, what we've been able to see are health risks such as malnutrition, malaria, other infectious diseases. We've had cases of diarrhea because of climate change, respiratory diseases, dehydration, and even low birth rates. And so far, we are seeing reports even from FAO, whereby 2 million people in Africa are undernourished as of end of 2020. And we are also aware that because of environmental changes such as, caused by climate change, such as floods, droughts, and even, the looming locusts we saw in some sections in Eastern Africa have resulted in low production of food within families. And there being low production of food within families, what becomes of it is that you're seeing also cases of increased tensions within communities, risks such as intimate partner violence and poverty in general. And as a result, for instance, when we talk about reproductive health in that front, we are seeing so many neonatal deaths caused by mothers who are malnutritioned. We are also seeing cases of stillbirths, metabolic disorders, children born underweight, and also these children get to, have retarded growth and delayed mental development as a result of this. So we are seeing a lot of adverse effects of climate change on children health, children and adolescent health. And I would like also to invite my colleague Vanya, who will bring a new perspective on a research that AMREF has conducted with regards to how climate change has affected, adolescents on FGM matters. Vanya, if I could give you a couple of minutes to share with us on that.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, and just to connect to what my colleague Julia has said, and actually then the FAWE panel, in terms of the far-reaching effects of climate change. And as AMREF, we have always believed that change starts at the community, and so any intervention that we have engaged in has always had the community factor at the center. And so approaches such as girl-centered approach, which we're actually implementing through the FGM Center of Excellence at AMREF at the moment, together with water, health and sanitation, have given us an inkling or a bigger observation of how communities who engage in this practice operate. And this was one of the first researches we did, and looking at the intersection of climate change and FGMC. And because I have 2 minutes, I'll just generally broadly say that because climate change causes a strain on the way of life, the economic way of life of especially pastoralist communities where this research was conducted, which was in Kajiado, one of the counties in Kenya, it then exacerbated the kind of economic pressures that the communities were facing. And then, as we have experienced, for instance, with the pandemic, where communities are strained externally, then those who suffer first or suffer the most are the more vulnerable in the community. And so it even exacerbated and even increased the risk of FGMC. We saw that even over and above the pandemic, the risk that climate change had been causing to communities that practice, especially these pastoralist communities that practice FGMC, was that now, changing rain patterns, there was no, their livelihoods in terms of crops, in terms of livestock, it would cause decimation. And so there was a connection between poor economic situation caused by climate change and the increase in teen marriage, which was precluded by FGMC. I'm sure we'll be able to. I think is that okay? Is there more? I'm sure you're going to tie the conversation together.
Sure. Thank you, Vanya. And when we look at another angle to the health risks associated with climate change, we are seeing a lot of effect on the adolescent sexual reproductive health. And Foster, if you could highlight some of these risks that are associated with climate change to our adolescents. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Juliet. So with our experience over here at SRH Africa Trust, I have noted that also climate change being one of the biggest global health threats of the 21st century, it also has a direct effect on access to sexual reproductive health and rights, more especially among young people and also women. Firstly, climate change has also resulted to increased gender-based violence, teenage pregnancies, as well as early child marriages. So climate change has caused a lot of displacement of people. People not staying in one place. For example, when it's flooding, people are forced to be kept in camps. So in these camps, people lack their needs and wants, as well as the daily food. So what happens is that if someone offers them, let's say, just a gallon of cooking oil, just a gallon of bread or sugar, they result into having several multiple sex partners, also in transactional sex. This has resulted into more STI cases, a lot of teenage pregnancies, even forced marriages, as well as also statistics point that once we have negative climate change, it's that a lot of people, more especially in relationships, they had experienced violence among themselves. So this has been an alarming rate because of the climate change. Also adding on that is that climate change has disrupted the SRHR, access to SRHR services, even among young people as well as women. So extreme weather events cause physical damage. So they cause physical damage to health facilities, to infrastructures, they cut roads. This has affected access to sexual reproductive health and rights services in terms of mobility, because of the roads, because of the health facilities being damaged. So if we maintain to see this also continue happening, you might see that we also have increased cases of HIV, new incidences of HIV, increased cases of STIs. We see teenage pregnancies as well as early marriages. So, Juliet, so that's so far that I can say that we have observed here at SRH Africa Trust when we're doing our programming.
Thank you, Foster and colleagues. Well, we in the health sector have, seen these cases on first account or eyewitness accounts. We as well have thought about interventions that, if upon application, can serve, the population, right, can serve our children and adolescents, right? For instance, one intervention that would recommend is establishment of food systems, especially among communities, vulnerable communities, areas. And with food systems, in this case, it would mean we set up, we partner with private sector, we partner with food vendors, we partner with community health workers, and where we are able to see the supplies, even to hospitals, are being granted more easily in adverse weather patterns. We are also thinking that in those particular food systems hub would have nutritionists who are able to give the proper, kind of advice in terms of what kind of food is needed for communities in specific areas. As you're well aware, not everywhere in Africa where certain crops grow well or do well, even in adverse weather patterns. And with these food hub systems, we are able to get advice and also finance even urban farming or farming in arid and semi-arid areas that can support, these communities during adverse, weather patterns that are encountered. And Vanya, what other recommendation would you put forward in terms of climate change in FGMC?
Thank you. So one of the things that we need to acknowledge are the gender dynamics under which FGMC falls. and in various researches that have been done, including ours, a previous one done in Sudan, and we are happy to share this research, is that women who are in these communities rarely see the practice as a practice that is causing gender discrimination. However, because of the lens we have and the patriarchal system that we know that the practice exists in, we know the harmful nature it is in. I say this to say that the progress that has so far been seen when it comes to FGMC, beyond the policy and legal frameworks kind of making the practice punitive, we need to have practices that acknowledge the existence of the community, that not only look at the social and gender factors, but also have ecological and economic engaging in, for instance, in health interventions. It is important to have sustainable response when it comes to addressing FGMC. So not only giving assistance to communities to support them to adapt, but we need like a responsive policy making framework that includes communities, so that we know what these communities need, and even when it comes to either conservation of the environment, or when it comes to inclusion of their voices in policy making factors. And we say this over and above this, there is the investment on young girls in this conversation, such that this girl-centered approach that we are, for instance, applying with the Center for Excellence to End FGM looks at the girl as an agent of her own future, and so integrates into community practices, policy-making practices, education practices, all looking at the interests of the girl. And therefore, she's able, as she grows up, she's able to engage in community-level decision-making, eventually health diplomacy that's happening at the national level, so that the integrated community infrastructure responds to what it is girls who are at risk of FGMC mean. The last one I'd like to add is really investing in community health worker infrastructure, including recognition and training and remuneration, because community health workers are the ones who are closest to the community. And a lot of these communities, they're not even close to hospitals, right? And so either it's risk or disaster management training, similar to what also happened. Like, for instance, in Kenya, one of the recommendations we were making during COVID was for community health workers to be recognized as emergency case workers, so that they could also get access to transport and services and access to protection centers. And this is the similar kind of thing, because when this kind of decimation happens to a community, especially this kind of communities that lead to migratory communities, that's the word I was looking for, then it requires that you have a very strong community infrastructure for that, for the response and to strengthen the adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya. And if we could hear our last recommendation from Foster.
All right, thank you, Juliet. So I still think that it's very important to invest in research. So it's very important to invest in research to address the evidence gaps that are there. So if we invest in research, we will know where the gaps are, where climate changes directly have a huge effect on health, access to health services. As well as we also need to integrate the analysis of SRHR as well as climate change data. So if we integrate these two, I think they'll be speaking to each other. They'll be telling us, they'll be like pointers, telling us programmers where we need to put our focus and to invest in. I also think that it's very important to invest in our health systems in order to address underlying causes of the vulnerability to climate change. I still think that that is very important. And I also like something that Vanya mentioned, to have these health workers already stationed in these places, for example, camps, or where these vulnerable areas are, where they usually get affected with drought, floods, and storms. So promotion of outreaches in these places, they're also very important, so that these people will be finding the health services as just at their doorstep. So, Juliet, that's also what I can add on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Foster and colleagues. As we wrap up, one other recommendations that we see even with the committee of experts is the ability to provide a guiding framework on how we intercept health provisions in cases of adverse climate changes. And also we are talking about in ministries of health, in governments, health sector plans, the ability of governments and even us stakeholders in general to influence some form of management of these particular health centers, health services that are often seen in areas where climate change and weather patterns have affected livelihoods and have affected access to healthcare for all populations and especially children and adolescents. So that's about it from the health front, and we look forward to comments and feedback from the rest of the audience later on as planned by as planned in the program. Thank you, Richard. Over.
Thank you very much, Juliet, Foster, and Vanya, for a very eye-opening presentation. So, colleagues, few takeaways. One, the consensus building is that climate change has an adverse impact on children and adolescents' health care. So that's what we need to see what to do. And this is reflected by complications and number of diseases that result that come as a result of climate change. The other key issue is that one of the contributory factors must be low production of food as a result of climate change, which then in turn have effect on health issues. And then I just want to, and the other key issue is maybe just few recommendations, because there are a lot of them which I think we need to, there's been kept. One of the critical recommendation that we need to take is that change start at the community, because that's where the challenges and the problems and the gaps are. So we need to see how best we prioritize and invest on community development so that the communities can come on board. There are key issues in terms of what is obvious, that the pressure, the economic pressure that we see as a result of climate change. The other takeaway is the huge impact of climate change on access to sexual reproductive rights and rights. And as you know, limited funding has been one of the contributory factors for limited access to youth-friendly sexual reproductive rights and rights. So the climate change is aiding on that gap. And then also it brings another complication in terms of FMGCs, forced marriage, and so forth. So that's one thing that we need to think about. And then part of the recommendations, one, we need to consider to invest on nature conservation, because if our natural resources are degraded, then we won't achieve anything. Invest on food systems that is made up of multi-sectoral healthcare workers to ensure that they can guide. There's a hub that guide them in terms of what need to be taken in as far as food is concerned. Also, invest in community healthcare workers, because they are the foot soldiers. They are always there to identify and help us in terms of issues. But most importantly, evidence. Invest in research in terms of climate change and health, including also the effect of climate change on sexual reproductive health and rights. Thank you very much. This is very helpful. You can see our outcome statements. It's coming long and longer. But colleagues, some of the issues, this presentation are for us to frame and develop advocacy agenda in our respective regions. Thank you very much, the health team. We're moving, colleagues with limited powers vested on me, and also looking at the reality. Can I ask that we take 5 minutes break? Those who want to go, if you want to stretch, go to the bathroom. 5 minutes break, and we are back. We start by, in terms of South African time, it will be 6 past 3. And then Nairobi time, it will be 6 past 4. Can I see by show of hand that you're comfortable with that recommendation that we take 5 minutes break to go to the, okay. Thank you very much. See you in the next 5 minutes. Bye.
Failed. I had nothing to eat. Water. A deluge washed away my home. The sweltering heat sapped away at my bones. Yet not a trickle of water to call my own. I wish I had a voice to tell you, make you see my plight. We need you to act before we fade into the night. Every moment you waste makes our world harder to restore. But I don't have a voice yet, or you would hear me roar. It's time you stepped up to save our world.
The future for children already suffering the worst impacts of climate change is looking increasingly dire. And many low and middle income countries will continue to bear the brunt of the worsening climate crisis unless we limit warming to a maximum of 1.5 degrees by making changes to how we consume energy and increasing our commitments to climate finance in recognition that the climate crisis is a child rights issue that affects children first and worst. We also need to establish child-friendly mechanisms and platforms to facilitate children's formal engagement in climate policymaking and scale up on social protection systems to address the harmful impacts of climate shocks on children and their families. The time for ambitious action on the climate crisis is now.
I was born in 2020, the year a pandemic ravaged the earth. But that wasn't the only thing that changed our world. Fires burn rampant, destroying our trees. Our crops failed. I had nothing to eat. Water. A deluge washed away my home. The sweltering heat sapped away at my bones. Yet not a trickle of water to call my own. I wish I had a voice to tell you, make you see my plight. We need you to act before we fade into the night. Every moment you waste makes our world harder to restore. But I don't have a voice yet, or you would hear me roar. It's time you stepped up to save our world.
The future for children already suffering the worst impacts of climate change is looking increasingly dire. And many low and middle income countries will continue to bear the brunt of the worsening climate crisis unless we limit warming to a maximum of 1.5 degrees by making changes to how we consume energy and increasing our commitments to climate finance in recognition that the climate crisis is a child rights issue that affects children first and worst. We also need to establish child-friendly mechanisms and platforms to facilitate children's formal engagement in climate policymaking and scale up on social protection systems to address the harmful impacts of climate shocks on children and their families. The time for ambitious action on the climate crisis is now.
Thank you. Welcome back, colleagues. Are we all back? Are we ready to continue with our program? Our number is slowly but surely declining, and it's a cause for concern, Mr. Chair. From 85 to 69.
Richard, I think we can proceed.
Okay.
I do know that because we're in different time zones, some people have to fulfill their rights to picking up their children and other issues. But I think we still have good quorum. We can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your guidance, I'm very safe to continue. Colleagues, we are now zooming into the last session before we go into discussions, reflection, and we close. Can I invite Plan International to share with us what is new in terms of children and youth platforms? What are we learning from IWD commemoration, Children's Forum, and so forth? So without any further ado, can I hand over to Plan? Plan? Salah? Who is leading us? Hello, colleagues, are we still here? Otherwise, I'm happy if Plan is not here for us to zoom into Q&As, starting with the comments, then we will go to Q&As. Salah, anyone from Plan is here?
Fikat is joining. Just give a minute.
Okay. Jennifer, in the meantime, may I humbly request you to just scan through all the comments so that when we are done, before we take question and comment, because some of the questions are there, you can just run through the comments on the chat. Is that in order? Jennifer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just colleagues, while we're still waiting for them, just to, I've been requested to share this announcement that South Africa is hosting the Global Labour Conference. It will be hosted in South Africa, and there's a specific working group dedicated for child participation, where the organizers of the conference want to hear children's voices in as far as child labor is concerned. So I've requested the people who are actively involved in that working group to share the presentation. Then the presentation will be shared with us maybe tomorrow. And then also that will include how children can participate from various regions of our continent. Yvonne, I see your hand is up.
Yes, so thank you. I just wanted to say you can also share the presentation with the committee secretariat so that it can be disseminated to the working group on child rights and business.
Thank you very much. We'll do.
Thanks. Thank you.
Jennifer, how are we doing? Is our colleague still connecting or should we continue?
Afikate, are you there? I saw her joining, I don't know.
Hi, Jenny. Yeah, just give me a second, I'll be back.
Fikate, are you ready for us?
Hi, Jenny. Hi, everyone. Just to say a quick lessons learned. I hope you're able to hear me. Quick lessons learned in engaging children and young people in climate change. We had our International Women's Day commemoration celebrated yesterday as an office in partnership with the GMAC and CSO Forum. And we also tried to engage young girls. We also tried to
engage young girls from different countries for them to be able to share their experiences and how that has been, and like how they have been impacted, and also what the government should be doing going forward. So yeah, that has been a good lessons learned, and some good lessons were drawn from that. And as a follow-up, we'll take that going forward. I think this is it from my side. Thank you, Jenny, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Fikate, any other speaker on this subject matter?
I'll just speak, but I'll not show my face. Yesterday, I think a lot of people have spoken when the girls spoke yesterday about the impact of of climate change to them, issues to do with we are losing the gains that we have had over the years due to climate change because of climate stresses like lack of food. Girls are being forced to get married. Transactional sex, I think Vinia has said that. Issues with child marriage, girls are losing school as they go look for water, go look for food. So those are the issues that girls did discuss yesterday, which is we are losing, issues to do with we are losing the gains that we've had over the years, issues to do with girls going back to school. So those are the things that girls were speaking yesterday. I was fortunate to be part of the conversation yesterday.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jeannie. The climate change is a reversal process, taking away everything that we've gained so far. Remember, we still start crippling with a high number of out-of-school girls, and because of climate change, this is increasing. So I think these are worth noting, and you'll share, the report will be shared and to be part of the outcome statement. Colleagues, without any waste of time, Mr. Chair has alerted me that some parents, we don't want to take away a parental responsibility and the right to look after your children. So we're going to zoom into the last session. Before we do that, Jeannie, I want you to run through all the comments. Oh, okay. CSO Forum, I think we've covered this session, these sessions, Jennifer, am I right? That Secretariat don't have anything to say. Is there anything from the Secretariat?
I think we did, the children did give their statement, unless Upendo has something else she wants to add. And I think Upendo is not there. Upendo's left already. So I think we are done. The session was for the children. Unless if the children wants to add same. I saw Mitch. Mitch is left. Also, Mitch has left. Hey, okay, guys are dropping
I think we are done, Jenny. It was just for children to share how they were mobilized and how the session went in terms of us appreciating the approach or the method that we use with them, whether this is still an adult-led engagement or we let them to run the show in terms of that, just to build on what one was talking about in terms of the principles or the approaches in child participation. But since Nabonde is not on the call now, I think we can leave it. But I think we all understood their statement in the morning.
100%. Thank you very much, leadership. Jennifer, I'm going to hand over to you to run through the comments, and then you'll take 4, and those that need responses will then hand over to the responsible presenters to respond briefly. And then if those are worth noting, we'll just note them. And then from there, we'll open the floor if there's any concrete recommendation, comments, and or reflection. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you so much, Komoto. I know how to pronounce that one. So I can see I'm actually seeing lots of nice comments, and it's a good thing that we are all learning. yesterday we were discussing with Felistas, and you think that you know things until you get shocked you don't know anything, especially on these emerging issues. Just give me a second. I changed the interpreters. So most of the questions, they're not many questions, they're just comments. So I want to go from the top. So actually, most of the comments were basically on. So there was one, this phenomenon of climate change is not new. Only those who have planned and implemented SDGs based on the 2030 vision have a share in monitoring and analyzing the solutions to the changes in place in its prediction. Understand that negligence and delinquency in the irresponsibility of leaders and community being. I think this is a translation from French to English. So I think some things were lost in translation. Most of the guys are saying, thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Great presentation. So there's a comment here. We need to also consider psychosocial support for young mothers and skills development wherever possible, which is very good. Thank you so much. A very good analysis on climate change and its impact on education, especially as it puts a threat on our work in keeping girls in school. An approach developed in the slide of impact on climate change on children is well developed, and I appreciate the presentation. Thank you. Okay, there's another French one there. There's definitely linkage between climate change and access to SRH. Our services, support and services, this linkage, however, need to be articulated in a simple way for children and young people. And for young people, engagement with young people shows that this is still a very abstract issue. Okay, several people asking for Pendo's solidarity. We are going to share everything. For everybody who's asking, we are going to share everything. If you registered with your email, your real email, you're going to get the presentation after tomorrow. I think that's it. We don't have any more comments. Most of them are just appreciating the presentation and saying thank you for the amazing job, and introductions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. I'm going to open the floor. I'm going to take the first round. I'll only have 3 rounds. The first round, 4 hands, then question, comments, reflection, and any inputs. The floor is open.
Justina Upendo is back, so probably you can ask her that question. Komoso.
Yes, what's it?
I've seen Upendo has come back. Probably you can ask her the question about being engaged in climate change conversations.
Okay, my boss, Upendo, could you please just briefly share your experience? What was your experience? What came to your mind and what it meant to you? Just briefly. While I'm opening the floor for any comments, question. And if there's nothing, also it will be good to guide me to say we don't have any comments, question, so that I can hand over to Philly to wrap up the session and we'll close.
Upendo, so we wanted to know what has been, you've listened in to child participation and climate change. You as a child, what has been your experience? Have you been involved, like for example, the CSO Forum? Oh, she's left again. Okay, let's just go on.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. It means all the presenters were very great and articulative, very clear. As a result, there is no any other question, comments, or input. So I want to hand over to you, boss lady. Philly, over to you. Thank you very much for your
much. Thank you so much, Komoto. And thank you, Jenny and your team for hosting. Thank you, the interpreters, for making it easy for us to talk to each other. And thank you to all presenters, right from the chairperson to the solidarity remarks by partners to the actual meet in terms of the presentations by partners on the different aspects of children's rights and how these have been impacted by climate change. Thank you, Upendo, for representing all the African children. We have taken your statement seriously. We want to also thank you for managing time. It's 23 minutes after the hour on my end, and it means that we were able. It means that we were able to use time wisely. If we can do that tomorrow, I'm sure we would be able to finish earlier because tomorrow's program is very short. The only request that we are making as the Secretariat now is that as you've been listening to the various speakers today, as you reflect on the conversations, the discussions, please make sure that early in the morning tomorrow when we start, you put your comments or issues that you feel should form part of the outcome statement on the chat box, and we'll be able to lift that from the chat box, because we are going to be developing the outcome statement as the meeting is ongoing. So it's very important that we get that. Secondly, to all those who were giving the statements, making the presentations, please share your presentations and the speeches so that we can pick issues that need to be part of the outcome statement. I think that's all from our end. Thank you so much once again for having been here. We know that it was a long day, and virtual meetings, when you have them the whole day, sometimes they can be tiring. So we are really grateful that even at this hour, we are still more than 60 in the meeting. So we remain grateful for that. This continent can only be strong and be responsive, be accountable if we equally are doing our part and ensuring that we hold those that have the means to influence policy and practice to do that as well. Have a good night. See you all tomorrow, early and bright, 12 o'clock East African time. And after the meeting tomorrow, we'll share the concept note and the program for the committee session is starting on Monday. We will do that. Also, to just remind partners who might wish to have side events that we're still open to those side events. We can still pick up the conversation and make sure that such conversations are taking place after the CSO Forum or in between the committee sessions. Thank you, Richard, and we end the day here. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.